but I think the saluting of the flag is the first order of business, whether, regardless. So I'd like everyone to stand up. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I guess now we have to elect a chairman, vice chairman, and I'm going to turn it over to Heather, and she can take over for us for temporarily. I guess that's a little different than it's been done in the past few years, but, you know, that's the way it's been done for many years. And over the years, I've gone back through minutes, not recently, all the way to 1950, and this is the way it was done. And I will turn it over to you, and you can call the votes or whatever.
Okay, so I would ask for a nomination for chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
Nominate Charlie.
Is there a second?
I guess I'll.
I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And I guess the vice chairman,
A nomination for vice chair.
yep, I nominate Matt.
Okay, second.
Yep, I guess so. And
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And looking for a nomination for clerk.
why don't we hold on
Do
that?
you want to wait on the?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We
You
have,
want to be clerk?
The role of the clerk
is to sign off on the minutes. So that's what. One person.
I
could-
cannot sign off on minutes of meetings that I really wasn't a part of, so let's wait 2 weeks, and then I'll take on the clerk job,
Yeah, that's fine.
if you're interested that way.
They can vote and sign off on minutes prior to their seating, correct?
I believe so, but we can wait. the
Yeah,
2
Well, I
weeks
should
and
rephrase, I
then-
probably could.
We'll deal with it when we get to it.
Okay.
How's that?
I'm okay. I'm willing to play the double role until we get a third
All
selectman
right,
anyway,
fine.
if that's
For
necessary.
those, right? I guess
It's not a
I'll
big
have
deal
to-
either way, it's just who's gonna sign a paper.
Okay, so at this point, I'm turning back, meeting back
Okay,
over to the
thank you.
chair.
Thank you.
This is the worst one. We can just
Oh.
ask Charlie to read this. Does he
Are
want to
we
check?
ahead of ourselves? The next bullet is the meeting minute review and approval? I'm just curious.
Yep.
I-
You guys
I'll leave
want,
this here.
Charlie, would you like to do the meeting minutes tonight, or do you want to hold off? Since we don't have a clerk to sign off, it's your pleasure.
Yeah, that did come up soon, huh? I guess if you're comfortable with myself signing off,
I am comfortable.
okay. I guess we'll have
You
to
know, as long
handle
as
it
there's
that
no-
way. I'll sign off and then he can take over at some point.
Sure.
I don't think we have much choice, right?
No, you could table it until the meeting when you appoint, or you could do it tonight.
Yeah, I just
Whatever's
soon
your
do it.
pleasure.
I think we just soon do it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Do we want to go through a vote on that so he can just sign later?
If you would just make.
Unless you guys have discussion topics yourselves about meeting minutes, because you were involved in the meeting.
Nope.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the minutes. Do you
Okay.
have any questions on that, or do you want to hold off on that?
No, I will second.
Okay. And, sorry.
I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? Okay,
Aye.
Thank you.
that's unanimous.
We also have executive session minutes.
Yep. Have we got those on the,
I'm
Those
sorry.
are on the agenda.
That's on the agenda.
yeah, I know it's on the agenda. Okay, I will call for a motion to accept the executive session minutes from December 21st, May 16th, May 31st, June 6th, and June 28th. If I could just get a second.
I second that.
Okay. Those in favor? Do you want to abstain?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say.
I'll vote in favor, so I'm covered. Um,
Thank you. Charlie, would you like to sign these later?
Yeah, I'll sign them later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And at 5:35, we're already 5 minutes behind, we have a public hearing for a poll petition on South Street and for the public safety building. The Town of Barry hearing notice, in accordance with the provision of Mass General Law C-166, Section 22, notice is hereby given that the Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Monday, August 15th, 5:35, in the Board of Selectmen's meeting room in Henry Woods Building, 40 West Street, on the following poll petition. South Street, National Grid to relocate pole 55, 31 feet to the north for the new public safety building. The location begins at a point approximately 690 feet north of the center line of the intersection of Grogan Road and continues approximately 31 feet in a northerly direction. Location approximately as shown on plan attached. Interested parties will have the opportunity to be heard. Copies of the complete applications are available for inspection during business hours in the Selectman's office at the above address. The meeting area is accessible. Persons requiring special accommodation should contact the Selectman's office for the board, Base Zakowski. And I guess you're on, and the plans that you...
My name is Rich Naleski, and I work as an engineer at National Grid in Athol.
Okay.
We presently have a plan to serve the public safety building with a pad mount transformer. What's required there is a run of underground in the vicinity of the driveway from South Street to the transformer location on the property. And we did not have a pole in a good location beyond the property line in the vicinity of the driveway to make that run from it. So we want to use this pole as a riser, what we call a riser pole. It's the beginning of the underground run to the transformer location, which is about 330 feet or so into the property. In doing that, we were following a plan provided to us by the, I believe it was the construction company that was at the site. And all we're asking is to relocate pole number 55, 31 feet to the north along South Street to accommodate that plan.
Okay.
This is a copy of the plan that was provided to us by the construction company for the public safety building. Do you have a diagram for the petition?
Yes.
I have one question. We've had some concern with the cost of...
And I am not prepared to speak about that.
I understand that. I just wanted to let you know that Heather is contacted by email, our state representative. I assume you probably know that. And I have contacted hard copy just as an individual selectman. As an individual because, you know, I was the only on board. And, you know, to our legislators, just requesting some assistance dealing with that and, you know, how that comes out. I understand that there's, you know, time is of essence here, but, you know, we just can't, you know, we're having trouble meeting that and staying within our budget. We've asked for that, and I'm sure it's going to take care of fairly quickly, but, you know, I know that there was some talk on that National Grid did not move on that price, And, you know, I don't blame them to some degree, but some of our correspondence has indicated that, you know, words like if this meets with your approval, so I would guess that might kind of leave the door open. But I also want you to know that we, in my letter, that, you know, I've made very clear that we have no problem with you people. You've always done a good job for the town. And this is not the issue, and this is more a financial issue. And I made it very clear in those letters that we've always had a great working relationship. You folks do a very good job. You're accommodating of the town, and you work very well with us. So I just want to, I made that clear in my correspondence that there are no, you know, issues with that. And so I just wanted to make that clear. And, you know,
Well, the question before the board tonight is, who would be allowed to move that forward?
Just to clarify, we're talking about relocating a pole, not adding another pole?
That is correct.
Does that change the existing lines down the street from going in a straight, more linear path to being offset and then bouncing back into?
We're keeping everything on the same side of the street where it was there. I think you can see that in the diagram.
Yeah, but what I don't see is where it goes.
So in that vicinity, all the poles are on the same side of the street. So all I'm showing is, in that diagram, is the location of the
Here to
pole.
here.
Exactly, where the old pole was on the same side of the street.
Okay.
And how far we're moving it.
Now, the question I have there is, you can see the driveway has the standard curve as you come in, and it looks like the
Yes.
pole's moving a little further into private property versus, say, the street easement that may already exist.
Well,
Do we need to change our easement to meet your needs?
There's a property line right here that we intend to stay on the inside of. And we also looked at the road radius, and I spoke with the construction company supervisor while I was there. He did mark that out for us, and the pole was some distance away from that radius.
Okay.
So we had constraints with the fact that the driveway was so close to the property line. And what we want to do is go directly from the street and have the conduit be on the private property. So.
So you're bringing the pole right up to the property line between what we are acquiring and what?
We're going to stand the taking just a little bit and then curve into the driveway. That's the dash line shown here. It's hard to see.
I think I was following that, but what I was wondering is the pole before and the pole after.
Correct.
Are you now taking the lines and offsetting this pole not quite in line anymore? And will that require guy wires?
That runs in a pretty straight line.
The new pole will stay in that line, it's not really being pulled off, okay.
That's correct.
I was just curious, just so that we know if guy wires or extent of the actual work was gonna go beyond what we thought we were looking at today.
I do have a diagram of the job with me, and I don't know if I did offer to make an appointment. If you want
Yeah.
to discuss the present job, I'd be happy to make an appointment sometime during the week and discuss the details of the present job with the board.
I'm not necessarily opposed to making motions or moving on this at all tonight, but some of it I would recommend we do based on contingent of the separate agreement financially. So we can say, okay, yes, as long as the town then can work with the financial agreement after the fact. So in other words, this isn't saying go with it, it's just saying the location's not a problem, let's figure out the dollars later.
If the building were to be served in a different way, if that was decided, this design element could be used for the beginning of a trench with low voltage wiring. it would give us a way to serve the building in a different way,
Okay.
if that was decided.
Understood, okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, comments, and before you do this, I neglected to say it, I'll use chair's discrimination, but I will use the chair's discretion. It's all right with you. If you're just here to observe the meeting, I don't think you need to sign in, but if you do speak, I would ask that you sign in for the meetings. And the rationale here is you could watch the thing on television or whatever, and you don't need to sign in or anything. But I do believe that that is important. If you just want to observe, you should be able to do that without signing in. So that's a little different than it's been done, and I hope it allows for more attendance at the meetings and that sort of thing. So, is that all right with you?
I have no objections to just asking participants that actively participate in the discussions to sign in. Because I agree, anybody could watch it at home and still get the same info, and so it's not fair to say the people in the room had an advantage over anybody out.
Okay, but if you are speaking, I think it would be a good idea just to know what you're speaking about. I think I got two questions. Am I right? Are you? Yeah. Sam, you can go first.
Thank you. I have a question. In this day and age, are they, especially with a building that's supposed to last for another 50, 60, 80 years, wouldn't they put all the wiring underground instead of away from the poles?
We have an overhead distribution system in the town of Barry. And
However, you can go from the overhead distribution down the side of the poles into a trench, and then you could make a new public safety building a lot cleaner.
well,
The
the
design.
Is that-
head-mount job that has been proposed is the cleanest looking job possible.
That's what they're recommending,
You
Sam.
won't have a transformer on, you won't have transformers on the poles, on this pole, on this particular pole. You will have what's called a riser pipe. The high voltage wires will go underground, and go to a green box, a pad mount transformer near the building. And that is a very clean looking installation.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, I think it's much more expensive, isn't it?
But it has some other advantages.
Yeah, I understand that.
It allows load growth
Yeah.
at that facility.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even a possibility of, if land was developed very close to that building, there's a possibility of running from that transformer to another one,
Yep.
or serving another building that's in close proximity to that transformer.
Okay. Is there any more? Matt?
Just regarding specifically transformer, is the transformer going to be National Grid transformer or?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe national.
The late woman holding the paper, did you want to?
No, I'm just blocking.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. Would- Hmm?
It's in front of the air conditioner.
Might be full of some, though, Mike.
Okay, would anybody else like to speak?
I just had a question for Selectmen. I have a question. What's the difference between a National Grid transformer and another kind? You asked that
National,
question.
who's owning the transformer after it gets installed is what I
Oh,
meant.
who's owning it?
National Grid will own the transformer versus the town, or the owner of the property, should I
good?
say. It has its advantages and disadvantages. I personally don't think either's better than the other. It's just, I was just curious what the final determination was.
Oh, thanks.
That's my
Okay.
experience, I should say. Many
It's
people
on
could
another
disagree with
hand
me.
or whatever. Yep, Jim?
And I'd like to know, why wasn't this discussed when this plan was started, not tonight? In other words, shouldn't this been discussed and talked about when the plan was originally started, not a month and a half after it's been going on?
A plan like this is typically in design for at least a month. And then we have to petition the town. That has to go through the telephone company and be signed off by Verizon. Then comes to the town, and the town does have posting requirements, time requirements for posting the public hearing to happen. So it's very typical for public hearings to happen a number of months after we start working on the design.
I guess we're all set. Call for a vote. If you want to make the motion.
As long as it's contingent on
Okay.
a separate financial agreement after the fact, but the location, I would call for a vote right now.
Okay, and I'll second that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, subject to those conditions. Okay, we got another,
1 second, could I just have you guys sign these? This is the actual full petition.
Where do we put in the on contingent of the financial agreement?
I don't, can we do
Because
that?
I won't sign this until I know that it also includes the financial agreement statement. So is there a place to put that, or will we have to have it re-revised? And it's just, the vote has been made. It's for record, so this is a paperwork thing.
I don't think there is a location for that, but my understanding is even an alternative proposal, that same pole would exist in that spot.
Right, I just don't want anybody moving forward with the work and saying that we owe them
Yeah. That's
based
it.
on that, because we said you could put it there.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I need to make sure that people understand that I am not agreeing with moving forward with the work.
I might be able to add something there. There are a number of things that hold this plan up. One of them, of course, is the signing of the service agreement with the town and possible payment, whatever.
Understood.
If there is such a thing, okay? So this is not the only thing that's holding this up. There's also an electrical inspection required at the site before we can actually provide service.
Yeah.
There are other things like the dig safes and permitting.
General construction
we
steps
have
and procedures.
General construction steps. So this is just one little piece of this.
No, I agree. Generally, my experience with construction is you go through the design, you come to a scope of work, you agree on a certain number that's gonna cost, and then you execute a contract. This sounds like it's almost executing a contract without agreeing on the dollars, it's just you're agreeing on the location. And I wasn't prepared to sign that, is all I'm saying. Again, as a vote, I'm okay with the vote in record saying location's fine, but I wouldn't recommend signing this until we address the dollars. That's my position.
just for the information, I believe
They don't need the electricity in the next month, I'm
Just for
sorry.
information, I believe the cost is around $26,000. Okay, well, you don't. That's-
20, a little under 25.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll have to work that.
So we're just trying to, we have the reserve contingency fund, and, this is gonna make quite a cut in it. That's all we're saying, we don't know DPU regs or anything else, so gone off into your bureaucracy wherever.
In a large organization, we have little pieces of this, so I'm not an expert on the service policies,
Okay,
and there are other people who we've been in touch with who are more versed on that.
okay. We had the vote. All right, we got another public hearing, and this is a continuance of one on Sunrise Avenue. In accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22, notice is hereby given that the Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Monday, August 15th, 2016, at 5:40 p.m. in the Board of Selectmen's meeting room in the Henry Woods Building, 40 West Street, Barry, on the following poll petition. Sunrise Ave, National Grid to install 3 joint occupancy poles on Sunrise Avenue and remove 3 poles. Also relocates 13 joint occupancy poles on Sunrise Avenue. The location begins at a point approximately 501 feet north of the center line of the intersection of Hubbardston Road and continuing approximately 2,081 feet in a northerly direction. Respan and replace old and substantial poles 2 to 20 Sunrise Avenue, location approximately on plan attached. Interested parties will have the opportunity to be heard. Copies of the complete applications are available for inspection during business hours in the Selectman's office at the above address. The meeting area is accessible. Persons requiring special accommodation should contact the Selectman's office 978-355-2504, extension 135 in advance, and it's signed for the board by Faith Sikowski. And I guess you're back on.
Well, this is a reliability job. By that I mean that what we're trying to do here is replace some very old poles that have been on the street since the 1930s. The poles are short in stature compared to poles that we typically use today. And we found that we could eliminate a few of the pole locations along that run, that 2,081-foot run. But we also had a number of those poles that had guy wires going into trees. So today's policy is that we don't generally repeat that. We find that sometimes these guy wires and the bolts that we used to put into the trees to hold them do harm to the trees. So we've added 3 guying poles or push brace poles that serve the same purpose. So in eliminating the 3 of the poles that hold the conductors along the street, we had to put in 3 new poles for guying and push braces along that 2,000-foot run, because the run isn't exactly straight. It's substantially straight, but it's not exactly straight. And when I was here last, I found a discrepancy in my sketch. I went out to stake the pole locations. They were staked, and then there was an interesting occurrence that I don't know if you've heard about it, but the stakes disappeared. Shortly after I put them in the ground. So this time, I thought it wise not to stake the locations, because this is just a plan, and until it's approved, it's nothing more. So that is the purpose of the job. We have good conductor out there. And we're trying to make a little improvement with the pole support plan. And that's really all I have to say. If it's needed for somebody to see one of the stake locations, I will gladly meet out there and stake a portion of it, or I'm going to have to stake it if this ever becomes an ordinary plan for them to construct it, obviously. So.
Is this all staying on the road easements and right-of-ways?
Well, a lot of the poles right now are right in that stone wall. And because the pavement is so wide and the distance between the stone wall is so short, some of there are a couple of push braces that are on private property, and there's a guying pole that's on private property that we have gotten easements for from, I believe it's Carter and Stevens Farm. They own much of the real estate up there. And that would be taken care of by those three poles. The two push braces and the guiding pole would be taken care of by those easements. As far as where the exact road layout lies, unless that road is surveyed,
Not,
well,
you know how most of these
yeah,
back
yeah.
lots.
So we try to stay within the bounds of the stone walls. And all of the stakes were within the bounds of the stone walls, except those push braces and guiding poles.
And you are saying you've contacted the owners of the property with where those are located?
Oh, yes, yeah.
The easements in place?
We couldn't proceed without easements.
The only other question I would have is any of this work expected to affect the stone walls as they currently exist?
Well, we have a boring tool on the line trucks that bore a hole. Well, that is in the absence of rocks. From time to time, we have to hire a excavation contractor to help us get these poles in. So also they sometimes hire a rock driller. That option is not preferred because it's quite expensive. What they try to do is they try to bore the holes with the line equipment that we had first. Then they would end up trying to, they would hire an excavation contractor to see if that hole could be made in that manner. And the last choice would be to actually, if there was some ledge encountered or a very large rock that couldn't be moved, they would drill it. All the locations will be staked within the bounds. Some of those poles are actually in the stone wall. And I imagine some of those rocks could be moved to make it possible, just to make it possible.
So the question I would have then is anything that removes the stone walls as they currently exist, will National Grid put them back?
I can't understand. I can't.
Well, that makes it very difficult for me to say, okay.
Okay,
If you affect someone's personal property, you gotta put it back the way you found it. I would suggest taking pictures before and then taking pictures after. That's just kind of, it's the work you've gotta do, and that's part of the easement. You don't just have the right to come in and put in a pole. You've gotta maintain your respect of the personal property you're using as well. And that would be the case. And stone walls
Right.
are more than just stone walls in the state of Massachusetts.
But again, we can't even examine, same token, we can't even examine the possibilities unless you approve the locations. So.
I just need the commitment that if you run into having to take a wall, set it to the side, drill a hole, put in a pole, and then put the wall back on it, you will cover the cost to do that. Because that's what you're literally asking, is the right to do this work. We're saying fine, as long as you're willing to cover the cost to do that work.
Right. I'm more specifically asking for the locations. And again, on that particular road, if you've been out there, you've seen that there isn't very much real estate there. So.
I do understand, but there's two things from my perspective. One is, you own the poles. You also own the responsibility for the maintenance of the poles and the wires in order to feed the electricity to this community.
Right.
That includes whatever it takes to maintain it. And if you're doing this as maintenance, which generally it sounds like is what you're saying, it's a liability upgrade for maintenance, you've got to include the costs, meaning rebuild a stone wall if you come in and remove it. And if you don't, I would recommend to the town that that would not be acceptable.
It's your town.
Well, it's our town, I'm just telling you where I stand. That's, if you can't make that commitment, I don't think I could vote on this today.
Yeah, I've never heard that question. Frankly, in my experience.
Understood.
Tim, I'll get to you in a minute. I know we had a considerable number of folks here earlier and up in Sunrise Avenue and so on. Would any of those folks like to speak if they're here, or? Okay, yes, sir.
What's the timetable on this?
Well, we have to get approval. The job is eventually scheduled.
After approval, how long?
The timetable, I'm not involved with scheduling the jobs. This is a very old job, and it's a reliability job. It's not a high priority as your public safety building. Sometime after approval and the dig safes, it'll be scheduled and they'll start the work. I couldn't give you an exact timetable, some number of months.
Yes.
How's it going to affect the trees? If you've been on that road, so you know there's a lot of trees right close to the road.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to the trees?
Well, if the locations are approved and if the stakes stay there and I put them there, then they can see what may have to be done, okay? They can also offset the construction as it is now. That's not the preferred method. But if we have to offset the construction and we're not allowed to trim any trees, again, it's your town.
Yep.
Does that mean you're gonna have tree hearings, or is this something that's up to
We
you guys?
are supposed to have tree hearings before we do anything.
The last meeting, you were supposed to have the tree hearing before you had this plan, right?
That's not a good idea, because if we don't have the locations approved, then we don't know what might have to be taken. So we want to have all hearings first and have the locations approved, and then the arborist can go out, meet with the towns and tree warden.
Okay. Sam?
She was sent
So the definitive word, was there ever a tree hearing for Sunrise Ave at this point?
No.
No, okay. So that hasn't occurred yet.
Yep.
There was some conversation earlier about the fact that that property hasn't been surveyed in a long time. Maybe it might be a thought that that area in question be surveyed so you know who owns what, where the stone walls are and where they're not, so that if you need to put the poles in, you try to put them in the area that they're supposed to go in rather than the area that someone decided they put them in 50 years ago. So that's just a thought.
Well, I really can't address that.
I think if I can address that, I think back roads like that and so on, there's, I think we got 110 to 113 miles of road. Back roads were never surveyed, I can tell you that. I don't know when they started, they were just put there. If you drive some of the back roads, you can look out in the woods, you can see where the old roads went, and they go wall to wall, and they're all over the place. It's kind of New England or wherever, so it's just one of those things. The main roads, most of them aren't surveyed, but, just New England. And, that's just the way it is. And if we were to start surveying, we'd probably bankrupt the town most likely. So every road, back road, I know the road that goes by our house, the one that went to the farm, et cetera, they weren't surveyed. And they've been there for years, and some of them are kind of strange, and turns and twists, but, we just don't know. And that's just New England. So,
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. You all set? So you wanted to wait, right?
For this one, again, yeah, until I understand who's gonna be covering the cost for any stone repair, I wouldn't feel comfortable. And generically, we don't need to know the locations of the poles. What I need to know is whatever stonework needs to be done, National Grid's gonna repair. Because having the right to the space doesn't mean you have the right to come in and do what you want and leave the mess for the person that, or the town that owns the property. So you've got to work with us on that, and so I can't arbitrarily, I just couldn't. Not unless, I think you need to approach the town with some other information, maybe you have some people in your office that can help support you in that response.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to make your life difficult, but I'm good at it.
So I guess we're all set on this for now?
For this one, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So
Boy, this
is
should have been a lot
it,
easier.
is it rejected or is it continued?
Do you
or
want
is
to
it-
It's
table?
Neither one is just being held until we can get those.
Need an answer probably on your letterhead stating what's gonna happen with the stone walls if you do any work to them. If you can submit that to the town, then I might be willing to move forward with this.
Okay.
Whatever the position is, at least we know where you stand,
Okay.
and then
Continue it
continue.
Make a motion to continue?
until further
now since-
information is given.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm not trying to kill this, it's just I need more information. So is
Did you guys
it,
make a
who
motion?
makes the motion? Jen.
And either of you can make the motion.
I make the motion to continue.
Okay, I'll second. Any further discussion or anything?
I have no further discussion.
Okay. In favor?
Aye.
Okay, myself, I guess it goes under the infamous abeyance, name or whatever. Go.
Park Street.
No, Shell Street.
Sorry.
The town needs an explanation of what National Grid will do to restore stone walls in the event of displacement.
That they're affected during the work.
Displacement?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
Dennis, you had a point?
Mr. Chairman, while this gentleman's here, I don't want to put him in the hot seat, but I'm wondering if he is aware of the timetable on the removal of that support pole on the North Common.
And the North Common, what street?
The Park Street.
Park Street and by the library, that angled support telephone pole.
Was there, we were waiting on an easement from the
Yeah,
library.
that's in the works. I didn't know if you heard yet.
Right, so again, that's one of the requirements of a hold-up job, the next schedule. If we don't get the easement for, I think it's a guiding pole that they're looking for, and an anchor location from the library. If that's what will make that possible. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So is it my understanding, once you figure out the financial piece, that before any trees are taken down, there will be a hearing on those trees?
Our science is planned to-
Right?
What we were just talking about.
Right, right.
What?
I don't understand.
Well, I think some of us are here are concerned about how the poles are going to affect some of the trees that have probably been there
Right.
longer than the poles.
Another step.
I think this was our concern last
Until the
time.
locations are granted, we can't even really talk about trimming, but, so we're not even at that.
Right, but right now, it seems like there's a big concern with the financial piece, which I understand. There's
But that's
also-
on a different job.
Right, okay,
Right.
but I understand with Sunrise that there's, the trees are something that we're concerned about. How moving poles affects trees that are healthy trees.
Rich, I think, if you don't mind. Is Jason still out there? I only ask because I am new to the board. Okay. Once location is approved by this board, is there a step according to our bylaws or our processes that would then say we have a public meeting regarding the trees?
If the trees that be taken down, if they're perfectly healthy shade trees, there has to be a hearing to remove them.
Okay. based on health and the arborist saying whether they're healthy or not. If the arborist comes through and says they're not healthy, do we still notify which ones are going with or without public hearing? Is there some type of form of,
We can, yeah, I know those guys have concerns about trees up there, so obviously we wouldn't cut anything without talking to them first, let them know what we are thinking that.
does that help with your
Right,
question?
I just want to make sure that.
And that's why I was asking, because I couldn't quite recall what our procedure is, so,
Yeah.
thank you.
If it's a perfectly healthy tree, we have to have a hearing to remove it.
There you
If
go.
it's unhealthy, dead or dying, we do not. But we know you guys.
So we're all aware then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
This is all we need, this for the public hearing on upper deck?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Jason, for answering that.
Could you just read the title that says rescheduled at the top?
Excuse me?
At the top, it's highlighted, it says rescheduled.
The highlighted.
Could you just include that when you read
Oh,
that,
yeah, I
please?
will. I will.
Just because we had to reschedule.
Yeah, got it. We have another public hearing, Town of Barry. Public hearing, alteration of liquor license premises. This is postponed and rescheduled. Take notice, due to a lack of a quorum, the Board of Selectmen will postpone the public hearing scheduled for Monday, August 1st, 2016 at 5:45 PM and rescheduled for Monday, August 15th at 6 PM. I guess I'm running a little behind here. In the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Henry Woods Building, 40 West Street, to receive public comment on the application to alter the licensed premises of Upper Deck Sports Bar and Grill located at 377 Stetson Road, Barry. Persons wishing to comment may do so. At that time, the board will also consider written comments received prior to the hearing. The meeting room is handicapped accessible. Persons requiring reasonable accommodation should contact town administrators for the board. Faye Sarkowski, administrative assistant. You're here for that?
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay. Guess you could pull up a chair.
Sure. Yes, we were looking at,
Area you'd like to include.
I have my new Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. Well, what a gentleman.
Existing one underneath it.
Yes, we're looking at expanding the license out
Because it
back
wasn't
behind the
given a
bar. It's
control perimeter.
pretty much contained
He
right
never
there.
realized that
Never
it had this
had
area
it.
before.
Start doing some other functions, we just had our wedding there, we're looking at doing some things like that. We might put up volleyball, some horseshoes, whatever, outside. And, yeah,
Okay.
probably do some things like
Yeah,
that.
I understand.
Charlie, if I may? Only one thing, if you choose to have a barbecue pit outside, the building department just requested that you discuss that with them prior, because
Yeah.
I think there's setbacks.
So, yeah, there's certain
Yep.
parameters you have to be, people that I have to do it last time, they, it's a portable one, but whatever.
Yeah,
we'll-
just so you know,
whatever
just
they need to
contact the
do.
building department.
Yeah, whatever they need to do for that,
Sure.
yeah, sure.
I don't know if Charlie wants to say.
Okay, did you have any comment? Yeah, I know where it was. Did you have
Because I'm
any?
unfamiliar with the lot, I do have one question. The new extent that you're requesting, which doesn't look excessive compared to the footprint that you're already dealing with.
Right.
But my question is, I don't know the distance you are from your property line?
From my property line.
In other words, your abutters. How far are you from your abutters now that we're possibly going further outside with
Right.
activities?
My abutter actually owns most of the property that I'm on right now. But anyone close to that is probably all I have to say. Can't really see anybody, 100 some odd feet or more into the woods. It's all woods from there behind, so you really can't.
This is the property in question.
And they're kind of here, right?
They're right on the road here.
Okay, all right.
The other abutter is actually the owner of the property. He owns the other part. It's McDonald's.
I guess I got one other question then. By authorizing the further extent,
Right.
that doesn't necessarily mean we're authorizing outside music or anything outside, correct?
Right.
That's a separate permit process that you would
That
go
would
through
be
in
an
that?
entertainment license?
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure that one didn't automatically beget the other without more discussion.
I have an entertainment license, which I do, so I don't know if we have to alter it for the, for the expansion. But
I think you would have to because you're going from inside to outside.
Yeah, probably, Yeah.
I would request that you review that with the appropriate board if that's the
Because
case.
we do have outside music already, because we have the deck that's outside that has music already, that's been approved, so that's already kind of in the...
I would just ask you to verify it
Sure.
with the current
Yeah,
organization board
We will get
department.
notification from ABCC of this approval, so when that comes back, we can then look at the other licenses then if you'd like. That'll be like a reminder for us to check on the entertainment. This has to be approved by ABCC.
Yeah, that's the alcohol.
It's just another step we have to take.
We
Yeah,
do.
We got quite a few of those, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When that
All
comes
right.
back, we can discuss it then if you'd like.
Okay.
There any neighbors or whatever for Jesse?
My only question is, as far as your functions go, how late are we talking? Like, how many days are we talking every night, or?
oh, no, well, we're open every day of the week, but this would be probably a weekend thing if anything. It's, anything we ever have is a Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, and we can only be open till one, which we usually always closed with, full. And,
Should be able to-
I think it was 11 o'clock, I think we had a stipulation one time before, that
Yes.
after 11 o'clock, there was kind of to be no music outside, I think from way back, from the outside speakers.
Yeah, I don't recall.
I think there was, yeah. We had a stipulation at 11 at one time. I think it
We want
was.
to make sure that's
if you look
implanted
back,
on this.
Yeah, there would never be anything, if anything, it's going to be a daytime or anything, like on a Saturday or Sunday. Too old to stay late.
I know.
Just make that a motion.
Yeah, oh yeah, about that, well, we make sure there was,
Okay.
definitely by, way before 11.
Anyone else?
Are you looking for, if we give you this and we speak to not after 11 PM, do you feel inhibited if we also say it's a Friday, Saturday night 11 PM versus a Monday through Wednesday type work week versus,
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
I would like to talk to you to find out, I don't want to just throw it down.
There are rules like that even with construction, where you can't start at this
Right,
time.
but are you willing to accept?
Yeah, no, of
Okay.
course, yeah, anything like that, I mean, that's only
I think it would
favorable
be
to
very
anybody.
rare
yeah.
for a weeknight to
Yeah.
do it.
More of it's gonna be probably daytime things, like we have a lot of runs that we do for cancer and heart, and all these things. So we usually, this way I can do them outside instead of inside.
Anybody have any other questions?
Seeing,
And we received we received no written.
what?
We received no written,
Yeah, I understand. Call for a vote?
I'd like to make the
Yeah.
motion
I'm sorry.
to allow the expanded, what is specifically the wording on this again, so I read it right?
It's
Say
an
it right.
alteration of premise.
Alteration of premise, understanding that outside noise activities stop at 11 PM and only occur Fridays and Saturday nights
Right.
unless separate permit is
Right, unless it's
requested.
separate. Yeah, if you read up whatever for that, that's no problem.
Yeah, it has to be very specific before it goes to the ABCC.
Right.
And I have actually testified before them on various issues, and it's an interesting
Yeah,
experience.
I've dealt with them already, yeah.
Yeah, the commission isn't usually there, it's one person, so I don't know how they can do that. But anyway, I guess that's their issue. So,
After a certain time or?
At all.
Okay. Did you catch that?
Beyond the current, whatever was written in there. So, in other words, your current allowance for music and your
Right.
speakers,
Sure.
I'm not trying to change that. What I'm
Right.
trying to change
Is
is
the new...
the outside and any, like if you're gonna have a band show up or
Right.
something like that, it's
Right, anything
only
else-
Fridays and Saturdays to 11 PM, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's more than fair, yeah. No problem.
okay.
Yeah.
Pardon, wasn't that gonna be a separate matter for the music consideration?
Yeah,
for
this would be
band?
the alcohol
Live
service.
music?
No, I'm just speaking to the quote unquote, I guess you could call it a certain, I'm sure there's a decibel level that I'm really speaking to. So whether it's live band or music off their speakers,
Right, right.
that's what I'm speaking to, and I don't have a decibel number to throw out. I don't know if we need,
Well, this
if
would
there's
be
a reference that we go to on
This
that.
would be the alcohol service on the outside of the area. So the limit on the outside liquor service would be after 11 o'clock, it would have to cease on this extension. On this property right here.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because usually if it's
Okay,
anything.
then I'm
by
good.
11,
That's what it
1
means.
Yeah.
Go
Get
inside,
everybody out by then anyway.
you get Fridays and Saturdays till 11 o'clock outside. After that, go back inside.
Exactly.
I think you'll know if it's too noisy.
I apologize, I'm getting my permits.
Oh, yes, trust me. What?
Thank you for that.
Trust me, you'll know.
Oh, people will let us know.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Did I
They may
confuse
even
you
let
enough?
us know. I've been down to a few places and all kinds of accusations, which you wouldn't believe, so.
So, make a motion to move forward with that.
Okay, second.
All right, and we're gonna need,
Favor? Now, you've got all the notices on
Yep.
abutters and everything? Okay, very good. Well, good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
I hope it works out, and we've had a few delays, but they were beyond our control.
If I can stop in tomorrow, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
sure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
Congratulations, guys.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a report from the fire chief. Bob's here somewhere.
Covered in the record to be signed. And, I guess technically accepted as of this date and time this week, or not.
What?
After Rob comes in,
Am I correct? We can kind of do that, just based on the meeting minutes. If they did something this Friday and Saturday, it's not a big deal whether we signed it or not. Yeah, so you have to wait for the executed and the state.
Yeah, and then we'll sign the license.
Okay.
Thank you. We have to send a Form 43, which tells the ABCC that we're going to say
This is
yes
our
to this
recommendation, we
requested
approve.
change.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just have that map back that has to do with ABCs? Charlie, could I have that public hearing notice back?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob, you're on.
All right, I just wanted to meet with you guys to let you know officially that the Berry Fire Department was just awarded on Friday $229,429 for the 2015 Assistance Firefighters Grant. We put in for $240,900 to replace our SCBA's, the same article that was voted at the town meeting. We had already applied for the grant. We actually applied for a grant for this for the last 4 years, and this year we were able to get it. Of the $240,900, the town's responsible for 5%, which is $11,471, which we have out of our budget money. It was already budgeted for that.
Okay.
I just wanted to...
Saw this coming and now you're just saying it's happening.
Well, we were hoping it was coming. We got the official word Friday from FEMA. It's the Fire Act grant, probably the most competitive grant that the fire service, it's really the only grant the fire service has for equipment and training and stuff, so we're pretty fortunate to get it. This is just the official letter from FEMA saying that we were awarded the grant. We have 1 year to spend the funds. We've already spoken to the air pack dealer.
Is this for our records or for you?
Yeah, you can keep that. I have a couple copies. So,
Thank you.
I'm gonna repeat that, I don't know if everybody heard. It's big
Yeah.
news.
Oh.
So, yes.
the fire department got grant. We put in for the grant for this particular item for the last 4 years. This year we were fortunate to get it. We also put in for $850,000 for a new ladder truck. When they told me about the air packs, they did say we're still in the running for it. They couldn't say if it was good or bad, but we're still in for it. One thing, I know at the town meeting, the town had voted to spend $210 on SCBA's, and now we're able to upgrade and get some more options that we weren't able to get. One thing I wanted to throw out, and maybe have for a discussion later on, but I'll put it out tonight, is that we got $100,000 for a used fire truck at the town meeting.
Yeah.
I think I would like at a special town meeting to see if we could reappropriate that $210 we got for the SCBA's into another used fire engine.
Combine that with the 100,000 and make it one?
A separate used
Okay,
engine.
all right.
Our newest truck, the truck we're replacing was a 1986. We got $100,000 at town meeting to replace that at a Station 2. Our newest truck is 17 years old. It doesn't have a lot of life left. I think now that that money's been budgeted and planned for, I think now might be the time to spend it versus if we wait 2 more years and our engine 4, our newest truck breaks, the town will be in a position where they'll have to come up with that scramble for the money to replace it. And I don't know if it has 2 years left in it. It's pretty beat up. It's the truck that goes on all the calls and does the most runs. So I think, maybe at a special town meeting in the fall, we could try to reappropriate that money.
for the fire department needs, you consider that your number one priority with that money? Due to the fact that it's not easy to come up with that money again?
A brand new, to replace that truck today is $550,000 brand new. I mean, obviously, that's a big nut to swallow for the town, so I think now we're in a position where the money's been approved and budgeted, might be financially feasible, wise to spend it on a truck now. It's just a used engine's temporary, it's not a long-term solution, but I think if we replace a 1986 now and that 1999, the town will be in much better shape for fire apparatus. The SCBA's were the number one. Now that we're upgrading those, I think an engine is next. Looking at the capital plan, there's no engines. I know there's a ladder truck for FY18, and that's another big expense.
Okay.
Just one point from me, I don't know, we gotta check. I am not a big fan of special town meetings. And I think this is within the same department, and I think that's one thing we gotta look into. You know, previous years when I was on before, we actually went 6 years without a special. And I really have some pretty strong concerns about the special because, you know, you go to the taxpayers at the annual and you tell them what you're gonna do. And, you know, I'm very cooperative at that point. You know, I'm supportive of everything, but unless something comes up, I think you should make it through the year. And
I mean, if we could even push this off to the next annual town meeting, that would be fine.
yeah, I think where you've got the money, it's in your department. That's one thing I think we need to take a look at. If it's going from department to department, then we gotta, I know we gotta do that, but, you know, if it's for equipment anyway, I do not like special town meetings. I don't know about you now, but.
I understand the question there, and
We haven't had to deal with
right.
it yet.
I guess there are two things I'd have to look at to find out in a timing sequence. And generally, I'm inclined with what Charlie's
Yeah.
saying, but if you're saying if we don't get that approval in the spring, we might not have the opportunity because a vehicle you know is there for this price won't be there, that might be a different story.
Yes.
But if you think we could or my engine's gonna fall apart next week, I know it, and so we're talking about, those are two different priority type reasons versus, but otherwise, we probably can at the next town meeting, in April, agree with the concept of just redefining the purpose of this money, and because it's a capital, we can just roll it into the next fiscal year as a reallocated.
And
if that's the case, are we allowed to, and I'm not sure of these, I'm just throwing, is the town allowed to look at potential investments of that money until then? I didn't know.
No, well.
In order to try to make more money while we wait? That's why I'm asking.
No, those are borrowing articles, so one of them has already gone out to be borrowed for the $100,000. The other one we held off on knowing that the potential of the grant.
Okay.
Okay.
Borrowing based on being funded through tax levy?
Yes.
Okay.
And waiting to the annual town meeting is fine. I just wasn't sure because of the way it was voted at, if it would have to go to a special town meeting, that's why I threw that out.
Yeah,
I mean, the truck isn't gonna fall apart tomorrow,
yeah,
but
we'll deal with,
I think now, we've already voted to approve the money budgeted. I just don't wanna come to you in 2 years and say, hey, I need 250 grand on a Monday night because the truck broke.
What I would request though is the tax levy money, we would have planned to pay off the loan, because those probably come in quarterly amounts, so we're not holding the loan out forever if we can help it. I know it's years and years that we're paying it off, it's not just like, but whatever we were planning on spending towards any loans this year would still be held separately and not reused or reallocated just because it's free cash or cash flow issues this year. You follow my?
yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect the tax levy until, and actually it wouldn't affect until, I believe, next fiscal year.
So we had no payments planned within the budget,
We
just
haven't
the
taken
loan
that money
amount?
out yet because I had a suspicion we were gonna get the grant, so I
Okay.
had him hold off requesting the money,
All right.
hoping that the grant was coming through.
Joe?
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance that that could be an interdepartmental transfer from air tax to vehicle?
Excuse me, I didn't quite speak a little.
No, you can't do that? My question was, could that money, could that be an interdepartmental transfer from air pack purchase to vehicle purchase?
I would say, no, I don't think so.
Okay, oh, just a question.
Charlie, any article that has been voted for specific items,
Specific warrant item.
it stays there
Yeah, okay.
until town meeting
Yeah.
votes it to something else.
Oh, okay.
I believe on capital items, but they're not tied to the fiscal year when we have putting things together. Those can, once they're approved, they can almost go out at any time, right?
Claire is correct in what, the town meeting vote, if it's specific to that purpose, that's what you have to spend it on, unless you go back to town meeting and get
Yeah,
a
change.
different,
Yeah, okay.
Which is what you were asking for.
All right, okay, I see the potential and why the question was brought up. And the reason I can understand that is when we start a new fiscal year budget next year, the finance committee's working, it's a whole new item. This item actually disappears. It's not a dollar value that can be carried over because it wasn't money's actually allocated, it was loan authority. Well, it doesn't stay there because the grant's paying it off. And once the CBAs are bought, that item is addressed. So the loan approval to buy those items would stay there if we didn't buy them through separate funds. But we're able to buy them through the grant, so the actual item is purchased, so the item's closed. So the loan approval is just to take a loan for the self-contained breathing apparatus items. They found another funding mechanism to do that, so they'll still get it, which closes that account line item. It's no longer a warrant item because we bought what we wanted to buy, we just did it without getting a loan. Or the loan's only $11,000 versus $229,000.
We don't need any loan at all.
Or, right, you got that out of an operating budget. But in other words, what I'm saying is, it's no longer a loan allocation required or needed to satisfy the capital investment that the warrant was calling for.
I was talking about the truck, 210.
Mm-hmm.
That article stays there.
No, the truck was 100. There was two articles.
What was the 210?
The
The 210 was for the
SCBA.
SCBA.
That was the,
Yeah, we
well,
got
then
the-
I'm talking about the truck.
Okay,
Truck
he's
was
looking for,
100,000.
Yeah.
right,
They're still
okay.
gonna purchase the
I follow, but you're now
They
talking
still have
about
to purchase
potentially
that
two
vehicle.
trucks.
Right, we have 4 engines. One broke 2 months ago. That 100,000 was to replace that one. That's a 1986. Our newest engine is 17 years old, and it's the truck that does the most calls, and it's in pretty bad. It's in the worst shape of the rest of our trucks. Not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but sometime in the near future, the truck's gonna break. It's $550,000 to replace that truck. I thought with that spare, the money that we saved through the grant, it might be wise to try to spend that on a used engine now. That way, a year from now, I'm not coming here on a Monday night saying I need $500,000 to replace the truck because it broke in the street. I mean, it's pretty corroded, it's pretty rotted.
Yeah.
I just can't see it making 2 more years, 2 more winters.
I see your point, because what we're looking at is we've created a positive void in what we're gonna loan in our debt as we pay it off over the years, that whole capital debt thing you showed me that goes out 47 years or whatever. And so, this is something we already approved to go into debt for. We're not gonna go into debt. If we don't do it at a special town meeting and say, okay, let's just transfer that for another purpose, we're just looking at a whole new budget next year. It doesn't matter. There's no connection. It just disappears. So it's just starting fresh.
Go back and-
And it becomes a new warrant item for the next town meeting. It's a whole separate item, right, which is not necessarily bad. It just means we need to remember as a finance committee and as a town to keep that in your budget plans. And just recognize there was a loan amount that we didn't use that you would like to propose for fiscal year 18 and move forward.
And that's fine, I mean, the truck.
Yeah. And hopefully, we don't need it tomorrow. Because that's really the big question.
Joe?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that there is a big need out there for that fourth truck. That fire we had on James Street, we needed that fourth truck because of the
Yeah.
water supply. We had to go all the way out to South Street. We had to wait for OCAM and our mutual aid communities to come in. We really need that fourth truck to supplement the town.
Yeah, I understand. That appears,
No, that was
No, that was
the GMC that they were bought, that we bought in 1986.
Oh, okay, I thought it was the Pierce
No, the
because,
Pierce is still running.
oh,
Probably,
okay.
the one we refurbed is probably the best truck we got in the department.
Yeah, okay, because I believe when I came on the board, just for your, that was a long time ago, that was the first, Pierce was the very first thing I was involved in.
1980 best truck we got.
What?
It's the best truck we
Oh,
had.
that's good, that's good. Well, at least I was on when we purchased it, but that was, believe it or not, that was the very first piece of equipment we purchased. And I think we need, at some point, Congressman McGovern was instrumental in this. Now, he's coming out, right?
I've contacted, actually, their office has contacted us. They do want to do a press release when they come out with a check. I haven't been able to get a hold of them and set a date yet, but that is something that they want to do. So I'll obviously notify them when I hear from them.
Yeah.
One more thing, Charlie, I just want to speak up to say that the town's been reluctant to upgrade the fire equipment, and the fire equipment in this town is aging and failing.
That's right.
It's time that the town step up and start replacing fire equipment.
Yeah. Just so you know, I have commented on these issues, and I think you have,
I know you have.
public safety equipment, safety for our firefighters, rescue, and our police, that is our #1 priority.
Thank you.
To keep them, at the very least, keep them safe. Who knows what's going to happen these days, but,
It's only getting crazier.
yeah, it seems to be only getting crazier, but that, I think, should be our top priority. And people say it's liability, that's the least of the problems. Forget the, so that's what I feel, so.
That's all, I just wanted to let you know we got the grant. And
Okay.
With any luck, we'll get a truck for a lot, 800,000 for a lot of trucks.
And I'd just like to say thank you to you and the other members of the fire department that assisted with getting that grant and helping the town, because it doesn't just happen. And if the town administrator was involved also, I don't know these things, so I'm just saying thank you to those that were involved in getting the application in and getting the grant done.
That kind of everybody is, paperwork and whatever.
Congratulations, Bob.
So thank you to you, everything, the paperwork go on.
I just have a request. I know we're running ahead of time. Nancy, the tax collector's here. Could we move the agenda around
sure.
a little bit so that, I know she stayed after work to
We
come
gotta
here?
sign the bond issue.
Yeah, that's what she's here for. So do you
Oh,
mind if
okay.
we move
Yeah.
around in the agenda?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Let me see if
While we're waiting, just kind of a rhetorical sort of comment. It was not lost on me that there was a timber rattlesnake falling down the sidewalks in the city of Quincy, and it was said they were moving it, and while I don't know where it was, I have to wonder where it went, but so much for staying within a certain distance. I know they were, I guess, looking for water, but, I think we heard about a certain distance, and it's from the Blue Hills, but it was out of the Blue Hills away, so I just thought it was kind of ironic, and it was also ironic, every person they talked to in Quincy on TV didn't want them there, so, that's kind of a lighter note, but I have to wonder where it went when they got done with it. Okay. Nancy?
Yep.
Ellen?
Charlie?
Okay, thank you. No, I
And a matter
guess
of-
Hi, I'm Nancy Talbot.
I'm referring to you're on.
Okay, we're here just to sign the ban note for the one-year ban to purchase the ambulance, fire truck, pickup with plow, the one-ton dump truck, and the solar panels, totaling $622,000. So the rate we got was 0.89% for 1 year. And at the end of that year, we'll see where the town meeting goes with the other items. And if we add them, we'll probably roll that ban, create a new ban. And if the town meeting says no, we'll probably just bond that ban, but we'll wait and see. So this is the paperwork, and Ellen's supposed to witness your signature. So
Have we come to any agreement on solar yet?
Yes.
Okay.
It
I knew it
doesn't
was up, but I
matter
didn't
to
know if we
me.
actually had any agreement with a company or a
Yes, we have.
contract.
Yes, we have.
No, the DPW commission voted in favor of owning the system off the DPW garage.
Okay, so DPW will purchase and will contract someone to install it,
It will-
and this is to cover those costs.
Right,
Well,
for
we
my
put out to bid.
purposes,
Okay, that's,
yeah. I just
I
want to
just
give you
didn't know
the
if-
money, you can do whatever, as long as it's for solar panels.
I was just questioning the timing because the quicker we take it, the longer it sits and we gotta pay the interest on, and I didn't know if, we don't know the value of it, why would we take a loan out on it right now until, that's the question.
I questioned those departments, and they said to go forward with the borrowing, all the departments involved now. And that is why I lump summed it, because they said they would be ready in the near future, and it's of course taken 2 months before we'll have the money. So, I did question them, and they did say, yes, please go forward with it. The only thing I left off was the packs, the air packs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nancy, I just have one question. Is
Sure.
this one full bond issue, or is it a series of smaller ones?
No, we did it in one, so we could get a good rate.
Okay.
And we went out to bid, and the bids came in, and 0.89 was the best bid we got for 1 year.
Because we've done that for a series, we could pay off without affecting anything else.
Well, you gotta understand, these are not bonds, these are big bond anticipation notes.
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha.
So they're very low, and they're
Yep.
only good for a year, and then we have to make a decision which way we're gonna go.
Yep.
Gonna roll that bond,
Yep.
that banner, or we're gonna permanently bond.
Yeah, okay.
Are these for the full value of each item you brought up, or initial payments?
It's the full value
Okay.
of, the 622,000 covers the full value of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that the town approved.
Thank you.
So, all of the places where we have orange, is, the selectmen should sign. Charlie, your chair, you probably want to sign
Yeah,
the first line
yeah.
of the orange sheets, the one with the orange tabs.
Okay, I had a pen when I left the house.
Here, Charlie. And
Okay, thank you.
one of the articles was not included.
The
but
CBA,
It's the air packs.
the grant.
You gave me all, I'll pull it out. The breathing apparatus isn't inclusive.
Okay.
So I'll just pull it out. It wasn't in the original, but I probably just copied everything. It wasn't in the original. I pulled it out, okay, good. Okay, then I pull it out again. Okay.
Probably grab that.
Grab that from
Yep.
Charlie, sign the second line there.
First time, so I just gotta do a little reading. I'm sorry,
Go right
it's,
ahead. Go right ahead. When I do, yeah, but we got a grant on it, so we're not gonna borrow on it at all.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. What does BAN stand for?
anticipatory notes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Had to think about that. Yeah, it's a bond anticipation note. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Who's this one that signs back there?
Me,
Okay.
yeah, sign that. You guys are basically saying, yeah, you approve of going forward with this.
Does this go to you or to you?
Go back to her. Go to me.
I gotta give you a pen back.
That's all right, you still got.
Charlie, do you need a
more
pen?
time.
Oh, okay.
Is it
I'm all set.
Am I doing this just because it needs to be in triplicate?
Yes.
Okay.
One's for the
I'm like, are
Department of
these-
Revenue, one's for us, and one's for our financial advisor.
Thank you very much.
Should they make a motion to sign this?
Make a motion that you accept that we sign this.
Okay, I'll second.
To make a motion
Aye.
to sign.
I know, I just, I was just being a little bit more accurate to the, what occurred versus how we should have done it.
Oh, well,
Okay, anticipatory serial loan,
that's the actual ban note.
okay. And you sign this after we sign?
Yes, she's witnessing your signature.
Okay, and this is the state side of it.
Correct. That will go to the Department of Revenue.
When completed, they send a copy
I
back,
think
completely
there's one more
executed,
here.
as far as
I
we
want to
know.
make sure, yes, one more.
Oh, gosh, I tried.
That's okay. Ellen, you're up. I'm sorry, what, Ellen? Yes. Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
how often does this get presented before the board?
Whenever you guys or the town meeting approves of borrowing, or if I were to roll this ban and there was no additional borrowing, I'd have to come before the board again.
For the
We
bond
create-
side of it?
Well, or roll the ban, if that's what we decide to do. Depends where the project are, all the money's expended. If it's not, we could roll it and then bond. If it's all expended, we could just bond. If there's additional funds, we could roll this and then do another ban for the additional funds and then try to merge them together. The bigger your sum, the better your bond rating, your bond.
The interest rate, okay.
Yeah.
And each one of those steps would require us to go through another
Yeah.
signature process and approval? Okay.
Just because it's your first time, I just wanted to make sure, you know, if you had any questions like that.
No, perfect. I didn't know if we had more of like a quarterly thing that we do, or is it just kind of as needed?
Not borrowing like that.
Just as needed.
As needed, yeah.
Okay.
I think this one road coming up in December, and I'm not sure what exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay, we had another one. Skip ahead to.
Jason Menzel, the DPW superintendent, he was in the
Yeah,
Chapter
okay.
90 road project.
Oh, make him wait to the end.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where is he?
It just would be
Jason?
fun. I'm sorry.
Where's Jason, he's
All right,
on.
not really, but I could laugh about it.
We can just go on. If he's in. Jason, you wanted to meet with the board?
Which item was that technically on the?
Yeah.
This is the copies that you gave me.
Okay, thank you.
Chapter 90 project.
Are we all set?
We're golden. Yeah, we're golden.
13.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy. Sorry, we were
Appreciate
late.
it. You're doing a very good job.
Thanks. Yes, I
All right. At the DPW meeting, we talked about Chapter 90 projects. I did get some numbers together for you guys today. These are fairly rough numbers. We don't have all the drainage stuff. They're very accurate for as far as the reclaim and pave, but as far as the drainage, the numbers are just rough. Went through that list. Pleasant Street was 23 feet wide, 5,700 feet long. That's from where we left off to the town line where we originally started. We're going to do that road in thirds. So we did the first 2/3 of it. Now this will be the last piece. That's right around $250,000 to finish that complete section. Schooner Road is probably one of the worst roads we have in town right now as far as condition wise. That's 16 feet wide, 2,400 feet long. That's from Spring Hill Road to where the pavement ends up past Chet's house there.
Yep.
So that's $71,038.
And you're saying that's one of the worst?
That's one of the worst. That definitely needs to be done before winter. Pretty much unplowable right now, the condition it's in.
What was the location? Spring Hill Road to?
So, Spring Hill to the end of the pavement.
Okay,
Yeah, the pavement and turns to dirt right before the Hardwick line.
thanks.
The other one, Spring Hill Road. Talked about doing a section from Old Dana Road up just just beyond the Sportsman's Club.
Mm-hmm.
There's some drainage issues there when you go through, they put the new solar
Yep.
field in and everything, so that would alleviate all those problems as
Okay,
well.
yeah, I'm aware of that
Yep.
one.
That's gonna be like 85,000 for that road. Walnut Hill Road, we talked about doing a section from where we left off over to Hubbardston Road.
Okay,
That's 21 feet wide, 3,055 feet long, and that's gonna be right around 120,000. Then the last one we talked about in the meeting was Sunrise Ave, section in the middle from where the,
yep,
call it new pavement, but it was new pavement probably 15 years ago. Start from there and head towards Route 62.
okay.
It's 20 feet wide, 2,000 feet long, that section. And that's 75,000 for that.
Okay. One question on that
Yep.
one. With the potential pole work going on that road, would you suggest waiting for them to finish that before we do any pavement in that area, where there might be mutual work?
Yep, that's definitely possible. I have to look at the I believe that section we're talking about paving, they're not doing pole work there.
It's not the same,
Yeah,
okay.
the pole work should be further up, but I can definitely double check and see if that's the case.
That way, if
maybe
they
we'll be
screw up
better
our
off.
road, we don't have to fight them on it. We can
Right,
just
yeah,
repave
exactly,
it.
it's gonna get redone anyways, yep, that's a good idea. Right, as of right now, the balance, the most updated balance I had available today, we have $878,087 in Chapter 90 fund right now, left over from last year, and this year's
Yeah.
allotment. The road work with these numbers, we're right around 590,000. So we're only keeping like 180,000 left in there. One thing I would like to, we talked about in the meeting the other day is our roadside mower had finally failed us for good. That particular tractor that we have on rental right now is $80,000 to purchase, plus our rental stuff would go towards the purchase of that, so again, that would have to go to bid, so the numbers might be lower than that, but that is a number, so we know it's at least gonna be that or less.
Okay,
So that
that's
would
what,
only leave us
as I recall, 120 horse?
110,
110,
yeah,
that,
110 horse.
that's a good deal.
Yep, yep.
That's a very good deal.
Yep. So that's pretty much where we're at. I don't know, timing wise with the public safety bill and everything going on, what myself and Bill were talking about, we'll probably try to get maybe 2 or 3 of these done before winter. You know, if everything's going good, maybe we can get all of them knocked out, but, you know, we just don't want to say that for sure and cut ourselves short, so.
Okay, now Williamsville Road, now that's gone in for a grant, right?
Williamsville Road will be applied for a grant in September, right?
It's possibly, because the design phase for Williamsville isn't
Okay.
construction ready, it may
Yep.
not be the best grant application. So Mechanic Street was construction ready, and Southbury, the water main infrastructure project as well.
Okay. Question is, that I would have, full disclosure, I live on Williamsville Road, is coming down the hill, the drainage on the south side, I guess is, no, well, more the east side of Williamsville, from the water hydrant down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are aware that that's, of course, our major issue with that road.
Yep.
If we're not at the point of getting a grant in or getting the funding to address this so that at least we know we're dealing with construction next year, what are we doing to address the drainage issue to limit the additional damage that may occur over the winter?
Yep. That road, the drainage, the line comes down, it's a trunk line down the middle of the road that years ago, the person in charge, everything got paved over. So we have talked in the past as far as finding the lower few. The upper section, most of it works, the drainage. Down, there's definitely some issues where that line goes across Charles Shell and Company's yard and goes over to the river. We have no idea really where those lines are, so that would be kind of a trial and error thing to figure out where they run. We could jet it and see if we could get, figure out something, but from the jetting if the line is broke, once the jet gets through there, it can go outside the pipe and pretty much go anywhere. So you really don't know if you're really in the pipe or not. So, but there is, if it's going to be an extended period of time, it probably would be worthwhile to try to patch that system back up on the lower half of the road, just so it would drain properly again.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we want to look at, the Chapter 90 funds could be used for that if we needed?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
In other words, I'm just,
Yeah.
as long as we can, maybe it's worth holding a little bit there just
Yeah.
in case. That's all, I'm just thinking.
Yep, absolutely. The other thing we wanted to do is we want to kind of keep a little bit there with the common project. We want to tie all the roads in, the ones, where they're ending the project work. We'd like to continue that, like James Street, for instance. It's ending just past the store's entrance. We'd like to continue that from there up to the new pavement by Kendall Street, so that, it'll be all tied in. Those will be fairly inexpensive. We just want to make sure we have enough money in there for that. So that, again, these are rough numbers, so when they have more accurate ones, we can talk about, do we want to do all of these or just do, 2 or 3 of them for now, so we have a buffer there, and then we can move on.
Okay. Thanks for the info.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
Mr. Chairman, I was under the impression that the beautiful work that was done by your house last year, and it stopped just past Old Hardwick Road. I was under the impression that going past Tommy Lamb's, that short section, less than 1/8 of a mile, was going to be on the agenda for this year.
Yeah, these are just, what these are is leftover roads from last year, is what these road projects are, minus the Pleasant Street section. So these are trying to get caught up. I believe we did talk about doing that. There's a bunch of roads in town that need it. So there's a bunch that we're working on. As far as that section you're talking about, it would be similar to, it'd probably be around 80,000 to do that section.
Thank you.
Good.
Jim?
Well, we're talking about the roads that Mr. Jack mentioned, Latham mentioned. What about that section on Walnut Road station from Moses Pond?
Yep.
That's the tie you left off last year.
Right,
Why didn't that get finished?
That's on the list, Jim. Like I say,
Okay.
this is finishing up the list from last year.
I know it's a wish list.
It's a wish list, absolutely, yeah.
It is terrible.
The other thing is, we've been getting extra Chapter 90 money the last couple of years, so we've been able to do a lot more.
Yeah.
We haven't got that approved yet. I believe they only approved the 200 million for Chapter 90 so far this year. The last couple of years, it's been 300 million, so.
That's what I'm talking about, that's where it's like, that whole, Moses Pond all the way to the corner.
Yeah. I don't believe the section we're gonna do wasn't gonna go all the way, it was gonna go halfway, just
Oh.
because it was too long of a run. It would be,
The worst part is from Moses Pond, we left off last year, up by the cemetery and on top of the hill.
absolutely.
Okay.
We have to remember, our monies, it is an election.
Right,
Who knows?
right. We still might get the extra.
Yeah, roads are, like motherhood, apple pie, bridges, who knows? So, okay. I guess we're all set.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Good night.
So where do you live, Charlie?
Yeah.
What road was that?
What?
I don't recognize the name of the people when Jack was referencing by your house and then somebody else's house. What road was that?
That's Old Hardwick, and it continues on up to the heart of town. It goes up by the locusts and around this and that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. It gets more and more quote rural as you go along. It isn't very far before it happens.
Okay.
And thank God they did our road the year before I was. That was a good thing, so you might hear something on Winslow Road.
Yeah, that's why I put out the full disclosure on that.
You know, that's the
comment.
way these things work.
Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. I guess Heather?
I was gonna say, did you wanna make a motion in regards to that, or just, those
Is that
roads
an
for this year?
update or a move forward with? Is that what was he requesting to move forward or was that just an update?
I thought it was just an update. I
Is he
don't
still
know.
around?
Yeah, he'll be around.
Just to clarify, these numbers, was this a request to move forward based on the numbers or just an update?
Just an update.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, thanks. Guess Heather?
Okay. So I just wanted to give a few updates on various things. The BMS project for the Henry Woods building the project began on August 2nd, and it should be complete around late September. This is the last of our Green Communities projects. And so once it's complete, we'll do a final report that goes to DOER, and then we would be eligible to apply for the next round, the competitive round for Green Communities. The DOER grant submissions that I spoke to the board in June about, I submitted the grant application on June 30th to DOER for technical assistance to put solar on either Town Farm Road or there was discussions about putting it behind the wastewater treatment facility as possible locations. If awarded, we would receive up to $12,500 for that grant. Also, our regional planning agency, CMRPC, has submitted a grant on our behalf for up to an additional $5,000. That would be for grant administration services.
Okay, that's great.
And I contacted the grant administrator for those grants. They had no time frame as far as when they would be announced, but they said last year they were announced around end of August. So I'm hoping we hear
Okay.
quickly. Update on the town website. Our IT director, Adam Suzar, has been working behind the scenes to redesign the town website to make it more user-friendly. And he gave written date for the board.
Yep, thank you.
So he met with the board previously, held a department meeting in May about the communication needs for the website. In June, photos were taken of town buildings, historical sites, etc. Michael Landry actually helped with that process, going around town, showing different locations in town that will go on the town website. In July, developed a page structure and a build-out content. I don't know what WIX is, but it's a technical term. In August, developed the design and town branding. He's currently working on that, and it will be fully launchable sometime in September.
Who's involved with reviewing the town branding concepts? Or has that already been reviewed and discussed, or is he just presenting?
That's still in the process of being worked on. Yeah, but he's more than happy to come in to a meeting, talk to different departments, residents.
I would recommend if you could talk to him to figure out how far along he is. There might be a time where it'd be a good time to present the thoughts. So if we do present it to the town and they have comments, he doesn't get so far that he feels like he wasted more effort than he needed to just to say, here's my initial concept, and then we say start all over. Because invariably that happens, and then people get all frustrated. And so I do think we're going to need some town comment on some of it, not everything, but we should work on that. So he understands where he's at and he says, okay, I think here's the graphic I'm looking, I'm going to implement it in these various ways, things like that.
Maybe one of the upcoming meetings can have him in, and if he's at that stage to present it.
Yeah,
Great.
more to save him time.
Great. Update on the public safety building. The project's been running smoothly and is ahead of schedule at this point. The DPW has worked there the last few weeks. They've been working on the water lines, the hydrant service, drainage structures, have cleared additional trees off of Stetson Road for the access point for the sewer connection. So they've been doing a lot of work there. The contractor is about a month and a half ahead of schedule at this point. So pictures of the progress can be found on the town Facebook page. Faye's been posting those right along. So if anyone's noticed, the steel was erected this past week. So it's going to start to really look like a building. Hazard mitigation grant application for the sorry?
what if some of us old folks don't have Facebook? Is there access on the town website?
Not at this time.
Excuse me?
Not at this time.
Oh, okay.
We can try to,
And we can try to make like a link or something. I could talk to the IT director and see what he can do to
I
help
never
us with
thought
that.
of calling myself an old folk, but I guess I am.
I do think you don't have to have a Facebook account to see Facebook if somebody sets up a link. So, if,
Yeah, the
like you
account's not
said,
private, so.
if you,
The town account is not private, so I think you
Right,
can
so
do
I-
it without having a Facebook account.
So-
IT might be able to put a link on the website that'll
so we can
bring you
see
there
it
and
on
say,
the
here it
website.
is.
Great, thank you.
Might be, no commitments here, I'm just,
I think Sam and I had a discussion a while back on linguistics, and I think you indicated we might be out of date. The age is showing, right?
Well,
On
for some
reco-
reason,
on recordings and,
I have a hard time getting rid of my flip phone.
yeah. Yeah. And-
But I'm proud of it, I want you to know.
Okay.
I can still fly a helicopter, so I think it balances off.
Okay.
just not a drone,
Hmm?
just not a drone.
Not a drone yet.
Not yet. Okay, Heather, you got more?
Yes, the hazard mitigation grant application for the generator at the DPW, we were contacted by MEMA for a site inspection. That will be September 1st, so which is a good indication that we will receive that grant. It's basically that ends cut before they award the grant. So that's good. MassWorks grant application, we discussed briefly, so we will be submitting to the MassWorks. It looks like for just Mechanic Street and South Ferry Water Main Construction Project. The CMRPC has sent out an email to all their member towns asking if any of them were interested in their services for partnering to apply for the CDBG grant,
Yep.
Community Development Block Grant. I responded that we were interested in that process, so we would probably begin sometime in the fall that process with their help.
just so I understand, when we get involved with that, how's the scheduling normally work, interacting with them? Time of day, days a week, days in a month, do you know?
They're flexible. They've had come here during the day for day meetings or evening meetings. so-
Okay. All right,
Yep.
thank you.
This year, we'd like to apply for, it's called the Maya Flex Grant. It's through our insurance company. And what it basically is 50% of the rewards credits that we receive through participation in various programs that reduce our losses can be applied towards equipment that we can purchase directly through this program. And I spoke with Acting Chief Joe Saborin, and he asked if we could purchase 2 ATV helmets and a tactical helmet. So currently, there's only one ATV helmet that should be put out of service due to its age, and we don't have any tactical helmets. So what I would need is just a signature from the chairman of the board on that.
I think we would all agree the last month or so and a half, or whatever it is, has been kind of a trying time keeping up with everything with one. And, I've been pretty busy. I think you two have. It's been a tough scratch, right? I know I've been dealing with going almost everywhere. And trying to keep up with certain things and calls and this and that.
So I'm asking for a motion and a signature for this grant.
Okay,
I motion for the chairman to sign.
okay. Thank you.
And, well, I motion for the town to execute this document.
I sign off as
Very generic.
Yeah.
Chief Procurement Officer.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do.
date, I've read it enough time. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next, net metering agreement with Iron Horse Solar. The town signed a net metering agreement last fall. That project was kind of put on hold with the whole net metering cap. They're at the point where they will projected to go live by November. So that would mean we'd start seeing our credits, our net metering credits on our bills in December. So that's a status on that.
Is that just town building type accounts?
You can designate which accounts it goes to, up to 26.
Okay. But I mean, it's just for the town, not the residents?
Right, just for the
Okay, it's
town.
not like a, okay.
Yeah. We did, the town did vote at the town meeting for a municipal aggregation.
That's what I was
That
just
would
trying to
be
make sure.
separate.
Okay.
The FY 2015 audit, that was just completed by Powers and Sullivan. And they finished the week of August, or they were here the week of August 1st. So I would expect them to have a written report for the board within the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Update on the DLTA grant for technical assistance from CMRPC for the Barry business community. There was a meeting on July 14th. There were many attendees, and I think a few people here were at that meeting. The next meeting is in the process of being scheduled, and I will inform you as soon as I get that date and time. Currently, we have a fuel bid out, which is due August 25th. So the next meeting, we'll have the results of that and recommendation for an award. for it.
Which particular fuel or fuels is included in this?
It's the heating fuel, so,
Okay.
and propane for our generators and 22X diesel as well.
All right.
And I just wanted to take a minute to make a couple of acknowledgements. Charlie Fulham,
Is he here?
no, he is not.
What?
No,
Okay.
he's not. But he recently retired from the Barry Police Department after 44 years of service. I just take a minute to acknowledge him.
Just like to say thank
Thank
you.
you, Charlie. Sean Fitzgibbons recently resigned as a DPW employee and Barry firefighter.
Yes.
So good luck to Sean.
Yep. Okay.
And there was never an acknowledgement for Joseph Rogowski, 42 years of dedicated service. Did you acknowledge that in the minutes?
Thank you, Joe Rogowski, for 42 years of service as well. Another acknowledgement, Officer Brown.
And I didn't get that thanks from our town administrator, let's put it that way. For 20 years of service, I got a phone call to make sure I was still working 15 minutes before my last day. So thank you, Heather.
I sure that, I think we take that as a rhetorical sort of comment, right?
All right, be
Guess
moving
we have
on.
to- I guess we have to. So,
Joe Brown was accepted to the Drug Recognition Expert School and passed a rigorous coursework that will benefit the residents of Barry and make our roads safe. Thank you, Officer Brown.
mhm.
Thank you for the Barry Fire Department for all the work they did on the brush fires
Yes.
this past month.
They were wonderful.
Thank you.
Yep. Firemen, I think there's some here, so firefighters.
Firefighters.
Excuse me.
And thank you to resident Jeff Degnan. He donated many old town reports dating back to the 1800s to the town.
Nice.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're all set for new business.
So there was nothing under old business.
Excuse me?
There's nothing under old business, so we can move on to the rest
Yeah, I
of
kind
new
of figured that.
Can I take a moment, a break for a moment? Like 5 minutes or something? Can we do something?
We'll take a recess.
Take a recess?
Usually recess.
Yeah,
That
we'll
works,
take
I'm just-
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is that a motion and a vote thing, or?
No, no, you just.
September primary warrant, this is pretty much routine, and the date is set and everything, so just a matter of signing it. Yeah. We have to sign the wage
Telling the constable to
authorization,
post.
maybe for that purpose, you might want to post him what that is.
Are we doing
Every copy?
the warrant first?
What? Every copy, yes. You should make, can we make a motion?
Excellent.
You're gonna sign the warrant right now?
I make a motion that we do sign the
Why
warrant?
don't we? Yep.
Okay, I'll sign and then you can, every sheet,
Every sheet, yeah.
because each one gets posted. We both said yes on that vote.
I heard you.
How many places do we post it?
I think there's 5 locations.
They're all listed
It's
on
listed
there,
on
in
there.
the bottom, all the separate locations.
Are you signing ones in case they lose one? Forgive my humor. It's kind of only funny to me most of the time. So please don't take offense.
I forgot to welcome you to the board.
Everyone?
Said you wanted to be funny.
Yeah.
I might ask if you guys can sign post meeting. Just to make it faster.
Signature gets worse as we go.
Quick line.
Okay.
I can take those back.
What?
I'll take those back. Thank you.
Okay, we're up to,
Yep, wage authorizations.
yeah, maybe you could explain from that.
So those should be all the 2%, the remaining 2% cost of living wage authorization forms. And yeah.
So the bulk of these are the remainder, like Heather said, of the 2% cost of living that was voted at town meeting. We have a new position, Chris Blood, as an EMT full-time. His wage proposed is $17.50 per hour, I'm sorry. And that position is already in effect with the lapse of meetings. It's just technicality. So if you want to sign this one, I'm going to ask the board if you guys could stop in to sign the bulk of these. I don't think you want to sit here and do these tonight.
I will, I know you, Matt, you can.
I can leave them out on the desk. Matt, I don't know. Do you want to sign them?
I believe
Oh, it's just the chair.
It
I'm
says
sorry.
select board chair, so I believe technically that would be you, Charlie.
Do you want to make a motion to approve that position?
I make a motion to approve the EMT position.
Second.
Yes, yes.
All right, and the second new position that we have is for Dana Stoddard, who's currently a sewer department employee, requested to be on the fire department. Chief Rogowski today signed off on this. His rate would be $15.35 as is the other firefighters. Charlie, if you want to sign off on that?
Yep. Does that make him a full-time?
No, no.
Just an on-call?
Yep,
Okay.
just being added to the roster.
I make a motion to sign this.
Yep.
Does this require your signature also?
Yes.
Okay.
And the rest of these we'll take care of later.
Now, for the 2%, are those technically retroactive to July 1st as a
Yes.
fiscal
Yeah,
year
they're already
increase?
in
They're already in.
Okay.
It's just a matter of formality.
Would you pass it over to Heather? Unless you're doing it later, Heather. Sorry.
Okay, with the Council on Aging appointment for, let's see, I believe it's a
It's actually. there's
one-year appointment?
It's actually a 3-year.
What?
It's a 3-year. I had told Heather I thought it was a 1-year, but it's actually a 3-year.
Okay, yeah, I knew they were 3 years. I didn't know if there was
Yeah,
1
yeah, that
year
was my
left or
mistake.
whatever. Like,
And that is for Mr. Richard Whippy.
yeah, okay.
Make a motion to appoint Mr. Whippy for a 3-year term?
Second?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
He's been on that a while.
That's an interesting process with two of us.
He's been at that a while, on that, quite a while. I don't know how long, but,
Not sure.
So
I
he's
know-
just like a recurring member, getting 3 more years? Is that what Mr. Whippy's role is? Okay.
Yeah.
Someday maybe I'll meet him.
Looks right up the road from you.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, well, a ways up the road, but it's on Williamsville Road. Very nice people. A discussion on the special election. We do have one opening, and we have to decide whether this is going to happen this fall. And I believe the earliest date we can have it is, what is it, October 18th or something like that?
64 days.
Yeah.
Even Whatever that date is.
Whatever that
falls
is,
on.
yeah. So, and I think Ellen told me that the last one cost right around 10,000, 8 to 10,000.
8 to 10. she
Yeah.
estimates.
So we have to give this quite a bit of thought. This particular seat, the 3-year term would be up in April. So, we have to consider that. The person, if they wanted to run for re-election, would be starting over in January, papers and all that stuff. And, if the individual wanted this, they would be running twice in the span of, and we'd be spending a lot of money. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, or?
My first thought is this. I understand the town knows that there are some things going to be presented before this board that really matter to them. But there's also a timeline where those issues may not be something we can keep pushing off for another 64 days. So we may have to address something anyway. To rush to get in a third selectman in 64 days may not really be worth the $8,000 to $10,000 investment. But especially for what I would call like a rental selectman that gets to try again in April.
That's cool.
And I don't mean that negatively. Really, I know it comes off that way, but I'm just trying to... My position is I don't necessarily think there's a value in having an election that we're not really saving any money because we can't match it up with the presidential election, we can't match it up with state elections, and save really anything but potentially the police detail at the poll. And I don't even know if we can do that now that I've heard that maybe we can't even do it on the same day for all I know, so there's no real savings to it. So what I would like to know is if, at least for those that have attended, I'd like to get some input from the town, what your thoughts are, because my position is I don't see a value in racing to another election. But there's more than just my position. You know, the money is the only real factor, and then the wear and tear on the candidates that are gonna run and then run again. But what does the town want? So in a way, kind of, I feel your input does matter, and we need a little bit of input. I don't know if the people here can at least provide some counter arguments if you have any. If you don't have any, we can make up some more arguments while you think about it.
Yep. I don't know if anybody has comments. Yes, sir?
Let's take a beat.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see you way in the back, but
I agree with you. My perspective is it's a waste of $10,000 for 6 months of a position. We're gonna spend $1,800 a month to have somebody in here for not to minimize, but to have two decision-making nights a month for $1,800 a month. We've already, over the last 8 months, this town spent $8,500 on a study. We've had special elections, we've had recalls, and all of them were well worth it to get to where we are right now. But I agree with you, I don't really see the need to spend $10,000 for 6 months.
Yep.
Yeah, my name's Bill McNeil, I've lived here over 30 years, and my input is, as far as town of Barry goes, it's a wonderful little town. I'm not gonna get off track here, but basically, the town of Barry is the population of Barry. The people that we elect to represent us, they are individuals too, but I agree with Matt, why taking waste of time? But it wouldn't hurt to ask for people's opinion in all different matters. That's all I have to say on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just want to, Glenn?
It's not possible to have it with the presidential election?
Based
The
on
reasons-
the information the clerk presented said no, because the state has some authority over when you can have, and I think the state is concerned with their records and mixing up the ballot on the state and the presidential level with our town business. And so they would require separate paperwork to make sure that they don't confuse it. And that's why we're not really saving the money that we would like to save.
Plus we
That-
got,
to me,
plus we
that
got,
would save it,
Yeah.
but if you can't,
yeah, plus we got all the questions
Yeah,
and it
it
gets
seems
very,
foolish.
I think the Secretary of State's office recommended to Ellen that we hold off. The other issue is we've got the 64 days, but we have to add a few extra in case they figure we didn't start and end on the right time.
now what happens if something comes up to the select board that you don't both agree on? I wouldn't want to see you be forced into having to agree to get something to go. Someone mentioned to me that
Yeah, I think
the
when we-
town clerk could break it apart.
Yeah, it's kind of
I
like
don't
the
know.
Supreme Court, right? Not as big, but,
Yeah,
yeah. So I would think we would somehow have to figure out a way for the time being, compromise on that sort of thing, and we could work, I'm sure we could figure something out. I would guess that's about the only way we could do it, but, okay.
The other thing I would say is it may take longer for us to make those decisions. It might be presented before the board, we would have our discussion, maybe disagree, but then we'd have to open it up again to the public and maybe continue it to the next meeting so the public continues to get to digest. And if it's that important to the town, more people can come and contribute, whether they just submit a letter to the board so that we can read it and evaluate that, or they actually show up and talk to the subject matter. It may help us come to an agreement, knowing that the town actually wants us to go in a certain direction. So we would have to just probably make sure we continue to keep you guys as part of the process, especially when we disagree, and some items, if we disagree on, might not be so important, where it might be easier just to go ahead and table until we do get a third selectman. It would depend on the subject matter, I would suggest.
Yeah, and I think you're no player that, in that stretch, most of the stuff is not that controversial and pretty routine, so I don't really anticipate that this will be much of a problem, but could be, but I doubt it. Dan?
I would think that this town needs a little bit more diversity. I'm not saying that you guys wouldn't agree to everything, but that's why we do have 3 people generally.
Yeah, I agree.
And I know that there's a funding issue because of all our previous expenses, so please don't think what I'm going to say is flippant. But consider it as an idea, is that people sometimes, when they need to fund things, they have something, and I don't know how it works, something called a GoFundMe page.
Yep.
And I don't know if that's possible or not possible, whether towns can participate, but that's the only thing basically that's standing in our way is funding. And if we were able to get somebody else, this person might be able to put something else into the mix that maybe you folks wouldn't necessarily know about or think about.
Yep.
Maybe you never thought about GoFundMe page. I don't even know what it is, but I know that people get money to help them out in their...
Yep.
And wouldn't that be wonderful if it's allowed? Would you think the Wall Street Journal would pick that up and we'd be very famous?
I know I've been picked up quite a bit in the last few months, being one, but let me just say this, I think all of the grants that we apply for, Heather applies for, they have to have statements in there about, diversity, and, handicap stuff, all those type of things. So I think those are big things, and, and I think sometimes that they have to have, like a local advisory board and stuff, we have to meet certain criteria on that portion of it too. So I think probably you're gonna see it evolve that way, and that's state law, or federal law or something. I think it might be both, but, I think on some of the grants that will be met, and I think it has to go on all of them, right? Meeting the certain requirements and all that stuff, non-discrimination, and that. So I think we're gonna be covered pretty well until April, and it's early April that we're doing it, so I think we should be covered, if we get these grants and stuff, that has to be done, so, it's not ideal, total, but it is, it starts that way, so, yeah.
Are we, in order to make this decision, does the board need to have a posted public hearing in order to make that decision?
No.
Specifically, what are you speaking of?
Well,
To make what decision?
to make the decision whether to bring in a selectman earlier or bring in a selectman later. Is that something that's governed by...
We could make a vote right now.
By a public meeting?
Well, actually, no, we couldn't, right? Because the meeting just says, just discussion on, so we could not vote today, but it would be on the agenda and we would have to identify it as a potential vote in order to do it in the select board meeting.
Yeah, we don't need a special hearing, but it's like every other election, where it has to be posted and all that stuff. We do not need a public hearing, but it has to go through, it has to be put up, at the box in South Barry and so on, but we don't need a public hearing. It has to be signed. I guess we got Judy first and then Dennis.
Hi, my name is Judy Noonan, and as an election officer for many years, I agree with Ellen. It's not only the expense, but it's just not going to the election that day and doing it. It's the work, preparing before, it's the work for everybody. I don't know if everybody's aware too, we're going to be having early voting this year, which is going to be 10 days prior to the presidential election. I don't know if you knew that. That's going to be a big problem because we have to have the machines available to be using here to have early voting. So that's 10 days prior to the November election. So that's gonna be a big issue too, so, that's my opinion. And I think that because it does cost a lot of money, we have to have faith in what we have, and I think, we're just gonna have to go with it. But that's, early voting is gonna be a big issue this year.
Okay, thank you. Dennis?
Chairman, I think in the interest of financial responsibility, you should wait for the regular.
Okay. Yep. Yes.
Just a follow-up, what's to stop the board from changing the position that's being there to being re-upped in April to a new 2 or 3 year term at this point? In other words, having a new election in October, November, and then having that term carry over for 3 years rather than having 2 elections.
My understanding is that has to be addressed to a special town meeting. The town would have to vote on that to technically give someone 3.5 years
Okay.
for one term, and then go back to 3 years. And
I also know for a fact that if we start changing terms and so on, our town charter affects that. We would have to change the charter, then it has to go through the legislature on a kind of a home rule petition, and eventually gets to the governor and that sort of thing. It takes a while, so I think that's pretty critical, so.
Sure, no, that answers the question perfectly.
Yeah, I know some board towns go to 5 and they have 5 members, and it takes a while, so.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess I'd look for the appropriate motion to put it on until April.
to continue it to next week, and then we can change the agenda item to make a vote on it.
Okay.
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Motion to continue to take under advisement, and
Not to table.
you'll see it on the agenda again when it's time to vote on that actual item. Please feel free to spread the word, and if anybody has differing opinions, whether you're watching this on TV or whatever, either attend or send in a letter if you have more you want to add to this conversation in the meantime.
Okay. The request for use of town property, do we have the paperwork on
Faye
that?
has those. Yep.
What?
Faye has those forms.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to just read it, or do you want it?
Yeah, just read it.
Okay. We have a request in front of the board from Circle of Song. This is for this coming winter season. They're looking to use the town hall for a winter concert on December 15th and Saturday, December 17th.
Thursday and Saturday.
Yes.
Need a motion for that?
Motion to approve. Well, does anybody have comments on that? Okay.
I would guess they're not being charged a fee for this?
They are.
Is that a
Yes,
check
they are.
attached?
Why is that?
They're
Utilities.
not a nonprofit,
What?
because they're not a nonprofit.
Yeah, but they are a local group and stuff like that, and, I just think, a fee by citizens in this town to use the town hall is,
That fee structure was originally set up to help with the costs of the electricity and the cleaning of the building after. If the board wishes to readdress that, we could do that at a future meeting.
yeah, I've always looked at that type of thing, and I know some have disagreed with me, but things like that are kind of like the cost of doing business. And, you incur those costs, and, I understand if it's commercial or some group out of town, but, it's just the cost of doing business and providing service for our citizens, and, I don't know.
Are they selling tickets?
I don't know that answer.
They generally don't.
No, I understand, but if they were, then I would
Well,
not hesitate in charging them a fee to use the building. I don't mean that negatively, but that would be considered part of that.
Okay.
Is it a user fee? How much is it?
It's a user fee, and we have $150. There's two checks here. $150, is just a security deposit, which gets returned. But there is user fee. The user fee is $50 for nonprofit and $100 for profit. Groups, that is.
Oh, you guys want to change that? might be going down a slippery slope.
I agree, it's something we can review on a...
It potentially is, but, you know, I think you can do certain things, and, yeah, it is a slippery slope, but, yeah, right.
Shelley, we need the user fee to cover the cleaning and the heat and all of that, so it took us a while to get the user fee up to $50, because it wasn't that.
Yep, I understand.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
that's just for the
We'll let,
maintenance.
I think we ought to let this one go through, but, you know, I just, you know, it's like, there's a lot of things like that I consider.
Because otherwise, it's the taxpayers' money that's paying for it.
Yep. Okay,
Please put
so we've got the motion, and,
in the minutes, he's
Yeah,
just
we'll
talking
continue
about
on right
reviewing
now.
this on a separate
So-
item, the potential user fee cuts.
Okay, so did that,
But
all in
motion,
that
aye,
motion carry?
okay, thank you.
It's approved.
Farmers market issue, I think I saw,
Yep.
Okay.
Want me to read this?
what?
Want me to read this?
Yeah, go ahead.
We received a request from Barry Farmers Market to hold the remainder of the farmers markets on the common until October 29th, correct? It's my understanding they're currently using the church
Yes.
lawn?
Yes.
Yep. So I did send this request over to Paul Cranston, who's the chair of the Common Committee, because I wasn't aware of where the Common project stood.
Right.
Paul replied that he did not feel it was a good idea, that they'll likely be replacing sidewalk post railings during that period.
Okay.
Hi, my
Hi.
name is Kathy Hanscade. I'm
Yep.
president of the board of the Berry Farmers Market.
Yep.
We currently are very fortunate that the church has allowed us to use their space in front of the church. However, there is construction there as well, and therefore I don't think that his point is valid. And currently, we have 50% of our vendors not coming and participating because we are in an area where traffic does not stop. And without the vendors wanting to come, the activity and participation and income that could come into Barry every Saturday morning from 9 to 12 is really diminished because of the location of the Barry Farmers Market
Yep.
where it is now. Putting us back into the commons would not impair any work. We're only there from 8:30 and we're gone by 12:30 each Saturday. And we keep everything clean.
Yep.
We pick up after ourselves. We're not causing a hazard or a problem to anybody. And it would also be beneficial to the town. And so I'm here to ask that starting this coming Saturday, August 20th, and every Saturday thereafter for this year, that we be allowed to be on the commons, as we have been.
The one weekend.
Excluding September, I think it's 10th, that the Women's Club is on the common.
Yeah.
I don't think their use was approved. I think it
I
was,
feel
think it was
that
pending.
that we can share that space. I don't feel that we do need to be exclusive.
Right.
It is a large area, and we are not that big of a farmer's market that we could not separate ourselves and both benefit
Right.
from sharing the commons space.
Kathy?
Over the years, whenever, if there were a second event that was occurring on the common, we've always moved the market over to by the bandstand and done the market. It sort of actually almost elongates the area that they're using, and the women's group that normally has had in years past their time on the common, we would move over and they would take the space we have been using, and that's what had been happening for many years since we had moved to that common years ago.
Dennis, did you have?
I'd have to agree with the chairman of the common committee on this. They're gonna be repaving, there's more surface to go down as well.
Yep.
When that occurs, there's gonna be more heavy equipment around. Who's gonna accept liability if somebody gets hurt?
There currently
They have
has
a-
been equipment on the street where we are now. Sir, that should have no impact because there's plenty of equipment around us already.
You have a bond, right? Yes.
We have insurance.
Yes. we
Yes, they have insurance.
That's what I'm doing.
Yep. Next, Andy?
I would just like to give a bit of the history of this whole situation. Prior to the construction actually starting on the common project, I was president of the board of the Barry Farmers Market. Many discussions with the then select board. We were told over and over and over again, don't worry about anything. Nobody's throwing you off. Don't worry about finding another place to go. At the worst, you may have to move from one area on the common to another each week, depending on where they're going to be working. We requested from that board to be on the agenda at a select board meeting, and we asked that the Women's Club and the Lions Club and the church that has a musical and family festival once Saturday every summer, that all of us be at the same meeting, that we all get on the same page and know where we stood and what was going to happen. The meeting was scheduled. We were given a time. We were asked not to come to the select board meeting that night too early because it was going to be very big and a lot of people would be there. Please don't come until 6:45. At the last possible second, Mark was literally walking out of his door when his phone rang, and he was told, oh, they finished their work and they don't feel like waiting for you, so they've gone home, don't come tonight.
Yep.
We'll let you know when to come. I already left my house and came down here to find this room dark, and I waited and wondered where I was supposed to go. Why is the meeting here? Finally, I went home and fixed supper for my family.
Yep.
They never did give us a new date or a new schedule, and we found out later the Lions Club, the Women's Club, and the church were never to be on the agenda with us because we all participated in use of the common on various Saturdays, and everything let slide. We informed the board on numerous occasions that we had insurance and that we had to file our renewal application and make our payment by a certain date. And on that paperwork, we had to list the location of the market. No action was taken. We were not given another date to come. 3 weeks before our insurance was due to renew, we were informed that we were off the common. There would be no one using the common until the project was complete. Goodbye. No ifs, ands, buts, no public meeting, no nothing. After listening to them tell us for months and years, don't worry, we're not kicking you off. After that incident, I was at the market one day when one of the common committee members came up and spoke to me. I said, why are you all here and not on the common? I said, because we were thrown out. He was astounded. He said, you have never been discussed at any one of our meetings. We didn't know you were thrown out. Who told you you couldn't go there? He said, the select board told us. He apologized and indicated that he thought we would be back very soon. Now they've also taken a reversal. So here we are, finally, all this time later, wanting to go back.
I'm just looking for clarification because I don't know the history and the names of people very. Who was it that asked? You just said somebody told you, who told you you couldn't be on the common? You said the select board. Who was it that asked you?
Joshua Smith, I believe.
And who is he with?
Was it Joshua Smith? Who are the different, I'm sorry, I don't recall the name. I know he identified himself, gave me his name, and told me he was on the committee. You tell me the
Oh,
names.
he was on the actual common committee?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He's not.
It wasn't Joshua then?
No, he's never been on.
Okay, so tell me the names and maybe one will ring a bell. You don't recall the names?
So your understanding is it was a member of the committee?
He said he identified himself, introduced himself as a member of the committee, yes.
Thank you, Sandy, for filling in on the history of what's been going on. And we thank the board for letting us be here tonight, and just hope that you will give us an opportunity to show how we can contribute to Barry by being on the comments and being more visible.
I have.
Charlie,
May I? Yep, Matt.
sorry.
I have two things I need to ask more specifically about use of that location. Previously, if I recall, there were vehicles driven up so people could park behind their tent. Some people would have refrigerators, things like that. It's not easy to just drag across a grass field. If I'm correct, we just installed some curbing and sidewalk that may prevent access with vehicles.
Correct, we do
So I'm just putting out some questions right now, comments, thoughts, and then we can get into discussion. We couldn't allow vehicles to traverse across anything that's in construction, that would be one. So what I would recommend we do is we wouldn't be able to do something for this Saturday due to the timing. Because I think we need to come together and actually agree on a set of ground rules that without either looking at the site or looking at a design or looking at the contractor's schedule, wouldn't be fair to the different participants and the expectations we would have of don't do this or do this. Because I wouldn't want to tell you don't do something and then we get out there and say, oh, actually you could do it this way. So I just don't think it'd be fair to everybody to make a decision on this request tonight. But I do think there should be a way we can come to an agreement to get you there by the next Saturday with certain agreements and assumptions of what you will or will not do. And I'm all for getting you there. I think we need an actual updated schedule from the contractor, expectation on any potential change order items that would also be included in that schedule so we know what they're looking to do. I think we can work around all of it, but I need them to give that to me so I can speak to it rather than guess or assume. That's all I'm saying. They need to say, this is what we're going to do, where we're going to do it, how we plan to do it. And then we can say, all right, this is how we can work around you. But if they don't do that, we can't speak to that. It gives them all kinds of reasons to come up with nothing to stand on. And what I need to know is we get on a common ground and say, this is what the contractor's doing, and this is how we can use that space and still protect the people using it, or protect you guys in your insurance. Because sometimes it's not anybody in town, it's the random person driving through and says, I like that. And then they trip on the curb. Boom. Now everybody's chasing every insurance company in the world because we live in Massachusetts. So we would need to discuss that. This sometimes gets us in trouble because it doesn't make sense to our level, but it makes sense to the person that owns the insurance policy 5 states away. So we need to just know that that's usually why the common committee and the contractors would say, I own this site, back off. And we usually say, okay. But we can still discuss it, and I would love to be able to get you back there. I think there is a way to do it. But I think maybe if we could, I'm willing to work, whether it's this weekend, maybe we can get some information, if you could maybe request from the various committee members and the Paul, et cetera, Paul Cranston's the chairman? Yes. You could request from him updated information, and what I would be willing to do is actually come out to the site Saturday.
Sure.
I know you'll still be set up at the church, so if it's easier, we could meet at 1 o'clock, so after you wrap up, so you don't have to leave, or what works for you, I'll work with you on a time that would work and meet you out there so we can look at the layout, look at the means and methods we think we could do to get you guys on and off the grass without affecting the contractor's work. I do think we can come to an agreement, and I would like to accelerate it so that by the time we walk away Saturday, you know you're there the following Saturday. Do you think that's something we could work together on?
Oh, yes. I thank you for that, and so I would ask that you make a motion that as a conclusion to meeting from this coming Saturday, August 20th, and reviewing those items, that the farmer's market be allowed to go back to the commons in a agreed area, under agreed rules such as no vehicles on the grass, for August 27th. That's 2 weeks, which is what you were saying. So I'm asking that you make that motion.
Very close, but I cannot make the motion that we will just be able to do it. I think we can come to that agreement, but there are members that we have to work with that aren't here. The contractor and the chairman, so I don't want to speak for them yet. So that's why I'm afraid to go that far with the way you presented it.
We have been operating at the church very blessedly with the fact that there's been no sidewalks. Now there's sidewalks. There's no curbing, now curbing. That has not been an issue for anyone in this town up until today in this meeting. We had not had any incidents. We remind people to be cautious. There were potholes where they took the road out to put in sidewalk, and
With no pavement for a
and
while.
no pavement on the road for a while. So your argument, I don't know that it really holds water because of what we've already experienced for the entire season this year.
Understood.
So I really would encourage you guys to please let us go back. And we will obviously work with what the situation is. We have already done that since the beginning of May.
Question. If we were to meet on site Saturday, is there means and methods to come to an agreement and an approval to move forward based on that meeting Saturday? Or are we not working within kind of the open law meeting stuff? Or is this I would love to do what you're saying, I'm trying to make sure that we do it within the rules. Can we, if we set up a meeting for Saturday, do we just need to advertise it? We can just call it an outdoor select board meeting?
Post it accordingly, and if any deliberations.
And that would allow anybody from town to attend as well. Buy some stuff from the nice farmer's market if you choose. But I'm just suggesting maybe that's how we do it, so we make sure we do it right, and we can move forward so that we can come to an agreement and make a decision then. But right now, we can come to an agreement to meet there, review everything you said. I think you have a strong argument, but we need to bring the other players into it so we can just get it done.
Yeah, we have to post 48 hours in advance.
Right, for any meeting.
Which particular time should we meet?
I would suggest you get done around 12:30. Yeah, I would guess that time. However,
12:30 would be great.
I think you ought to know that having been in the business, particularly your bigger commercial farms, you have to post to sell to some of these outfits like the big supermarket chains. I know when we were doing it, you have to post, you have to be able to be bonded for up to like $2 million. So most of these have commercial businesses. They're pretty well bonded, they're very well covered for liability.
You're speaking to the members of the farmer's market.
Oh, yeah.
Through their various...
I know some of the really commercial ones that go in, and I think I see Sandy and Ricky, and, I'm sure they got bonds. But I know when we sold, we still do sell. And, you're covered under certain things. When we were selling a lot of stuff, we had, just to sell to one of the big supermarket chains, we had to have close, $1.5 million, $2 million bonds. So, I think we can work this out. There's some common sense that if they're working over there, which most Saturdays they are not, and, if they are, it makes sense for you to move back to church anyway. I don't see why we just can't do it.
I think that would be part of the discussion, part of how we could come to an agreement. So, 12:30 Saturday, set up another meeting technically.
Sorry, which part of the common will you be meeting?
We'll meet actually at the place they want to sit.
South.
The old Five Berry Savings Bank, South Common, right? Is that what it's called, South Common?
Yes.
Berry Savings Bank side.
Okay, that's what, all right, that's what I thought.
Yep. Sam, you had a comment?
What was that technically? Was that South Street technically in front of Berry
I'm
Savings Bank?
speaking in support of the common folks, the farmers market folks. I understand from grumblings from all around, and especially from some of the people who used to participate in the common, farmers market, that there's no real access for cars to drive up on the grass. And while the contractors are still there, maybe we can initiate some sort of a change order, so there is method to these folks, because that's one of the reasons that I'm understanding some of them don't come, because they can't get there.
That would have to be presented to the Berry Common Committee, and they would work that request separately.
I'm bringing it to your attention so
Yeah.
you could follow through.
The state is actually running, as you know, you get into change orders.
If that's an issue.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Is that an issue for the farmer's market issue, but accessing the grass, or is that not an issue?
It's one that we're willing to compromise on.
Right,
As
that's
far
why I
as,
don't want that at this
whether
meeting.
we're on, actually
The
pull
common
vehicles on the grass or
changes.
not. As long as those meat vendors and dairy vendors who need to refrigerate their products and park at curbside and for the duration of the farmer's market, I think we're all anxious to be in that location and we're willing to compromise.
So Matt, I'd like
We'll
to
work
say,
something out. I think we have
had
to,
emergency use of the common this
Yeah.
year
I
already.
think we have to remember that
Twice.
there's a number,
Town resident.
Okay.
Passed away.
there's a number of programs that benefit by this, mainly the WIC program. They have WIC coupons that come from the state. WIC, I think, is one of the best programs. So, you know, if we can make it a little more accessible in South Common. And this is a group that doesn't ruin the common, they clean up good, the whole bit, so.
As I was saying that, we used it for emergency use this year. I would not let them drive on. They could drive on from the South Street side, because we use that side of the common, because they reseeded over at the Bay side. I said, you're on this side of the common, you will not drive on the common, carry everything in and out, and use the area. It's the way it always has been.
What I would recommend is, these are the things we'll continue to talk about on Saturday, because I agree with all of that, generally from my perspective. Let's continue this on-site with everybody involved and close this matter at once, because I think we can do that on Saturday. That's my recommendation. To continue this, I guess, to that meeting, is that the motion? Yep.
That's fine, I'll agree with it.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Dennis?
I think you should invite chairman of the common committee to that
Yep.
as well.
Yeah, can you notify
I
him?
can know.
Paul? All right, you know, he can bring whoever. Okay, nice, we can do that.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely have the chairman come, or whoever can represent. Absolutely.
I think we can somehow make this work.
Thank you,
Cross
Bart,
my fingers.
Sandy, and I see
I'll
Ricky
give it a
up
try.
there.
All we can do is
Sister-in-law Kathy, Jesse, whoever, everybody else for doing it. Let's see, we have a resignation from Officer Adam Cooley.
Here you go, sir. Regarding that specifically.
Yep. Dear Board of Selectmen, this is dated July 26. Please accept this letter as my resignation from the Barry Police Department effective September 10th, 2016, as I have accepted a position in another police agency where I've have the opportunity to widen my future endeavors. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the leadership of the town of Barry for allowing me to begin my career as a law enforcement officer and treating me with the utmost respect during my time serving the community. You took the time to believe in a young man who has always wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming an officer. My decision was not easy, And I've had the opportunity to create many friendships within the community and the department. The town is fortunate to have skilled professional officers within the Barry Police Department serving and protecting the community. Again, thank you for the opportunity to serve. Respectfully submitted, Alan Foley. We need a motion to accept the resignation.
Motion to accept.
Yes. I'll second, and yes.
Thank you very much to the officer for the time spent.
Yep.
It's much appreciated. I didn't know him personally, so I understand that, but I still appreciate working for the force and helping the town.
I have
Yeah.
another resignation that didn't get on the agenda.
Oh, okay. That's one.
Stuck to that one.
July 5th, that tells you how far behind we are, right? This is to inform you that I'm resigning my position as registrar for the town of Barry, effective this date. It's been a pleasure serving the town. That is Cheryl Hurst Makovich, South Shore Drive, in South Yarmouth. And I would guess that that's a pretty good reason. So, do we have to set that, or is it Ellen?
She's the registrar, but you appoint the other appointments under the registrar.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Precinct workers and all that stuff.
Right.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I need a motion for that.
Motion to accept the resignation.
Second.
Aye.
See, we have a report from the Police Chief Search Committee. Is anybody here from that committee? Yes, Dennis?
I have no idea you're doing that.
Excuse me?
I'm not the chairman of the committee.
Yeah, I know you're not.
I'm an alternate.
Yep.
We have the report here.
Who is the chairman?
They provided.
Oh, we got a letter here.
They
Let me.
provided a written letter.
Thank you. Pursuant to the charge given to the police this dated July 27th, Police Search Committee, we are pleased to report you the following list in unranked order of individuals that we recommend be given careful further consideration by the Board of Selectmen as qualified candidates for the position of police chief. These recommendations have been duly arrived following 9 meetings, the review of 19 applications, the conduct of 8 interviews, and many hours of thoughtful deliberation. The 4 finalists are John, I guess it's Carbone, Eric DeMetropolis, Thomas Ralph, and James Saborin. If you have any questions, please contact the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Board of Selectmen and our fellow citizens of Barry. And it is signed by the committee. And they've got a list of the charge here. So, thank them for their service, and we have to set the schedule for the final interviews.
Okay. Set the schedule now, or actually, do we get packets of each individual that we can start to review and understand before we set a schedule? Just so I better understand the process.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for us to set the schedule. You know, I think we need, first and foremost, part of the schedule would be, I would think, discussion at a future meeting, and then kind of come up with a closer time frame, and then go on from there. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, yeah, so.
Yeah. So it's going to take a couple of meetings and then schedule the interviews and so on.
And in the meantime, we can put packets together for both of you.
Yeah. That makes sense?
It does. Do we end up having a chance to speak to the actual search committee about each of the 4 prior to talking to the 4?
Yeah, we can.
I'm just curious, is that a common practice, or?
Jim?
Our understanding was, we found, was on the opening of the committee, the 3 or 4 of us from that committee here. We read in the paper, the Telegram Gazette, this past Saturday, that you guys, the selectmen, had already talked to the candidates you have in front of you. We were with the impression that this was, as it says, confidential. Nothing was supposed to be held until you met privately with them. It was in the Saturday paper from the Telegram Gazette that you had already talked to them. And it kind of, our feeling is, why have a committee and gives you a list, and the town comes out and knows about it, but it's supposed to be all confidential. And we did it. And it just kind of like, a lot of us heard about it through the Telegram Gazette Saturday, so that's why we're here. That's my own personal feeling, all the years I lived in town.
Yep.
And why have a committee if you're not going to go by what transpired? I mean, that's, to us, it just seems like...
Yep. I understand what you're saying, Jim. I don't know, and some of the things in the past we've had, you've recommended 4 people. I know you're aware of it, that we do the interviews.
Right.
Stuff. And, you know, it has to, at some point it has to become public. The interviews are public, and I would think it would be time to move on that. And I think, you know, we've respected the committee because those are the 4 that we're going to interview. And that's the way I see it. I don't know about you, Matt, but...
I do understand that a lot of people have heard my comments during my campaign. And at the time, I was supporting the chief. The old chief. That would be unfair to just state the chief generically like that. We have an acting chief, and I don't want to confuse it too. At the time I stated I supported Eric. And I understand that upset many people. I have been doing my best to continue to educate myself on everything that brought us to this point. I am going to take this process and this committee's recommendations very strongly and listen to exactly why and what was going on. I'm going to be open-minded about it. I understand that some people may find that difficult to hear. They may find it difficult to believe. But all I can do is do my best and try to keep my word. And what I'm telling you is the 4 names will all get equal time and consideration as I go through the process. And I'm going to have to pay attention to the information that is brought forward by the committee. So that's why I needed to know about the packets. I need to know what's going to be presented to us more formally than just 4 names, and so I can understand the process. I wouldn't be close right now to identifying the right schedule of activities and interviews until I understood, first of all, what are you giving me, other than 4 names. So that's where I'm going to start is I'm going to get the 4, I'm going to go through the packets, I'm going to probably, time allowing and the right coordination, speak to each of the committee members, preferably as a group, and you can tell me what you have of the 4 and why you chose the 4 and which direction you were going.
Right.
And then hopefully I can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, if I may. We had a committee come in or whatever, saying that they didn't say that anybody from the existing police department be considered for chief. Now, from what I understand, the acting chief put his name there. Could you say anything about that?
Yes, he did. I know my position, and you know, throughout my campaign, you know, I've written this several times. I've written it to the group, and you know, I actually haven't made a commitment. I'm leaning in one direction or another, but I haven't made that. And I can tell you, having interviewed people, positions, they're all going to be good, and you know, I'm pretty open-minded on things. You know, I have certain.
You spent $10,000 on that.
What?
You spent $10,000 to have them come in here and make a recommendation.
I understand. I understand that.
But as a citizen of Barry, I just want, you know, a reason. You spent $10,000 and Now you got somebody that owns the department, they recommend nobody from the department.
I know that.
You know, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yep, I understand that. Kathy, way back?
I'd like to say yes, I feel that was a recommendation. We had 19 applicants, we went through them very carefully, and we picked out the best that we thought were in there. One happened to be from the town of Derry, that's not saying you're going to pick him, but out of the 19, we picked the 4 that we thought were the best. And that's how it happened. They recommended, didn't say we couldn't do it.
Yep.
Not only was it a recommendation, but the board was asked flat out.
Excuse me, you gotta talk.
Not only was it a recommendation from the people we hired for $10,000, but it was a question posed directly to the board from the people in here, concerned about a conflict of interest, concerned that people within the department who may have had a beef or a bone pick with the current chief then be allowed to apply. And it was a direct question on March 28th, check the minutes. Will you be considering anybody from within the department? And the board said no. So it's not just a recommendation, it was a direct question and direct answer on March 28th.
My answer to that is, you know, I respect what the previous board said, I really do, and if this is a different board, we can take different actions, and, you know, I don't think they had anybody apply from the national search, and, you know, it would be, I think that's what they said in it, and I'm not sure you're gonna get many people from Idaho to move to Barry, but, yeah.
So if, on that same premise, it's a different board who has different ways of going about it. The two of you have the capability of saying, the last 8 months of what's going on in this town with regards to this position, the two of you have an educated opinion as to what direction we should be going in. The two of you have the capability of putting an end to this now by saying, we know what we had, we know there was some conflict, we spent a whole lot of money to come circling around, and now he's one of the top 4 out of 19 candidates. It's pretty telling to myself, and I would imagine other people in the room, that we're coming right back to where we started. Let's put an end to the charade before this individual gets snatched up by, which is going to happen soon, another department, and we lose the opportunity to have him back in town.
Yeah, and I think given, you know, I can't really say, but given certain parameters and stuff, I think we have to, you know, get this issue behind us. But I do think we have to take a look at some others. I don't agree with the local, the national search for local. You know, we got quite a few administrators that have grown up in Barry or close, you know, I can think of, you know, the library and the highway and, you know, Maureen Marshall. And
I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just speaking to your point specifically that you guys, the two of you, are your own board. There is no one on this board that was here 8 months ago when the decision was made. There's nobody on the board that was here in March when that decision was finalized. There's no reason why you then, on your point, can't undo that decision now.
yeah, that's correct.
That's my point.
We have the option. Kathy?
Yes, you do have the option, but this committee worked hard at the board's request, maybe not this board, Charlie, you were on the board, I think, request to do what we did, to give you the application, the applicants, and it's, ideally, you have to follow through with that. Or else, what good is a committee if you ask them to do something and you just ignore it?
Yeah.
It's not right.
Right, you know, I think I'm prepared to do, you know, a very good job. I believe, let me say one other thing, you know, for a position such as this, and even this is a high-profile position, I have done this over and over and over, at least in my time, which is pretty long. You know, I think it's important, a public interview, you know, everybody's here, it's on television, we got the press here, we need to see how they react in this environment, because they're gonna be in this environment a lot. It's one of our highest profile positions, it may be the highest, and I do feel that way. I think we should follow through with what the committee has recommended, and, bring them all in, talk to them, and, I think what I had said, and, I got it in writing, and if things work one way or the other, I'm willing to do that. I certainly have certain leanings, but I have not committed, and, I've watched our current, interim chief, done a good job. I think everybody would agree with that, but, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think we have to bring all four in and speak with them. That's my opinion, and deal with it. We gotta get it done. I mean, just tearing the town apart. You wanted to speak?
Yeah, someone mentioned earlier that the previous board made certain decisions. However, if everybody remembers, the previous board was asked one way or another not to be on the board anymore.
Yep.
So that's pretty telling that the public has made certain decisions over and above the board that we asked to leave. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do what you need to do. Of course, now, wouldn't it be nice to have 3 people? Right? But we have to...
I get your point.
Yeah. Thanks.
Let me address that. I think just because there were elections and stuff, things like that, the recall and stuff, that doesn't necessarily, I may disagree, you may disagree, whatever, someone may disagree, but, they have the votes and so on, but from my perspective, I don't see it the way you do. I think that would be a compromise to their views, their integrity, regardless how votes came out. And, I was involved in an election, but that doesn't mean I didn't appreciate what was done, and it doesn't mean that I did not respect the board for what they did and their decisions. And, regardless of votes of this or that, I think that, I do respect that vote. We're a different board, but I do not see it that way. And you could, they could, just wasn't their day. They could come back a month from now, who knows? But, I just don't see it the way you do on that. I have respect for their decision-making, and votes and stuff, doesn't have much consequence on what they thought they were doing. And, I'm sure they thought what they were doing was best for the town of Barry. And I've served with, dozens of selectmen and dozens of school committee members. Quite frankly, I have never seen anything but that case. And, I may not agree, I may agree, but, I've never served with anybody. And I will tell you this, I may not agree, but the people that we've had come forward for positions, it's everything. But they have integrity, they have backing, and, they try to do what they think is best for the town. And and I respect that, regardless if it's whatever happens vote-wise. But, I don't, feel the way you do on it, but, yeah. Ronnie?
Yeah, I wondered if there was some kind of timetable on this.
Well, I think we're working on that, and I think we've, I think we gotta get the issue over with however we go. But, yeah, I think we're about to decide that. But, I would like to see it done. This issue has torn the town apart, and, we gotta pull things together, regardless of how it comes out. We gotta move forward. Kathy?
I just wanted to say, Charlie, that precedent has been set in this town, and this board here, and we don't know what's in store for you. So, the prior board and the boards before have all done fantastic jobs in the town for the town of Barry.
That's right, I think...
Thank you for saying that.
I just said that, so...
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I mean, we could selectmen come and go that, you know, at some point that's going to apply to us one way or another. And, you know, but I have never served with anybody that, you know, I respect the integrity, and I know I've never served with anyone, school committee, whatever, you know, that hasn't done what they thought was best for our community, regardless of votes, you know. But I do respect what they stood for. Yep.
I just want to make a comment. I see a bunch of different people going against, trying to go against what the study had said. They didn't agree with it, wanted nothing to do with it. Yet I see the same people here trying to use that same study and say, well, listen here, you know, they said they recommended not to hire someone from within. Why are you following that? But you guys, I'm saying voices from before who didn't want anything to do with the study. So I would just like you guys to consider.
Okay. I can explain my view on the study. I've said it several times. I think the value of the study, just given what it's gone through, and let's face it, it's gone everywhere, all over the country. You know, we've been at the center of everything. And I think at this point, whether we've done well, good, bad, or indifference, I think the integrity of the study has been compromised at this point. And, you know, I think if it were kept, you know, stayed and buried, that would be one thing, but, you know, there's been opinions coming in, and it shaped the opinion, and it's been ridiculed, it's been this, it's that, some of our own citizens have, and you have to respect that aspect of it. And I think, you know, just some of the things that, you know, the most famous was the nice guy thing, but actually that wasn't in the report. But, you know, all these things accompany it, and I have to say, on my perspective, the quality of that report is not very good, and, you know, just read the cover page.
Right, I'm just saying that there seems to be a bunch of fence riders, one way or the other.
Oh, yeah, that is true. But I think on the report, I think, you know, it's very difficult to have confidence in a report when there's misspellings, words missing, and I suppose that's not an issue to some, but it does reflect on the professionalism of the report. And it shouldn't be there. That part, you know, it's pretty obvious. You know, I may be the only one in the room that likes commas and apostrophes and stuff, but if you're doing a professional report, you do a professional report.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to state a couple things here, because, again, a lot of you are just getting to know me. I have no ill will towards the previous selectmen. I don't think they did badly, or they were doing things against the town. Tell you the truth, I don't think it's fair of me to say they did good or bad, but I completely respect the time they put into this town and what they tried to do. I believe they tried to do what they thought was right, and that all of a sudden, if you want to break down every little decision, everybody's going to have an opinion. So I don't want to get into that. Secondly, I think when we look at the recommendations from the committee, we look at the 4 names, we got 3 options. Hire from within the acting chief, hire the ex-chief, or go outside. We knew those 3 options were coming when we showed up, because we could have or could not have listened to the committee. We're trying to give respect to the committee that took the time to review the applicants, and that's why we're going to listen to these 4 and not just discard it. It's not fair to do it that way. In respect to the risk management report, I think sometimes it's too easy to put too much on it and dismiss too much of it. Each part has a little, everybody you talk to is going to say something where there is some truth hidden in the junk, and then there's a lot of junk with the truth. But you got to pay attention, and you got to include it with all of the other information. So we're going to have the committee's reports. We're going to have the information we gathered by talking to people who were involved with it. As selectmen, we now are allowed to do that. But we've got to bring it all together. Everything is going to be coming from one position. All of it, in a way, could be considered one-sided. So I've got to look at this side and that side and come to agreement, and then I've got to represent my position. Charlie's going to have to do that for himself, and then we're going to have to sit here and make a decision. But we're going to try to do it fairly. And that includes part of the history that got us here. But it also really is, we've got 4 people in front of us, and we've got to choose the best 4. But I think there's a part that I had said before that I'm not turning against. We got to make sure the town did what was appropriate to get to this point, to consider that as part of the process. I'm not, it's a piece. It's a piece, not the whole thing. So please understand, I'm not trying to belittle any position that's been brought before the board or will be brought before the board or the various board selectmen in different interviews we've had. But we've got to really look at the big picture, and we've got to come and make our decision. I believe the previous selectmen did that too. Doesn't mean we're going to agree with our final findings, but I think they tried to do the same thing. So I just want to put it out there that wherever our decision ends up, the intent is not to carry old baggage forward, but it is to make the best decision we believe for the town and as the town wants. There's a combination there. Again, it's not all one thing, but we got to do both. I'm not up here to do something and just tell you, town, you get what I'm going to give you. So yes, because of that, I'm not in a race to replace this person. I am in a position where I'm going to look forward to receiving the package of each 4 from the select committee that they put together, or what they're putting together. They may have given us names and still have to put together. I'm hoping that maybe they can choose and say one person stands for each of the 4. So one person says, this is why this person should be, and then another person stands up and says why that person should be. I'm guessing a little of the differential in the people reported is because the differential in the committee. So you can kind of stand up and state your case for the person you thought was strongest. And we can continue, but I wouldn't be able to give you a timeline until I get that information. So I'm hoping to have that information before the next meeting. Hopefully the committee can submit to the town administrator, who can then submit to us these packages. I would like to have it at least a week before the next meeting so I can start reviewing, so then we can sit down and discuss a schedule. But that's just where I'm at right now. I'm not, to sit here and say anything more would be disingenuous.
Sam, then Kathy.
I just want to ask,
I want to say that,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I'll recognize you afterwards, okay?
I don't recall when you went to meet the candidates night, what your feeling was. I think that was one of the questions in regards to the chief of police.
Yep.
And I didn't know how you responded to it. Perhaps you could reiterate it.
What I said at that time is I supported reinstating Chief Eric. I did not hedge that at that time. It was all based on the publicly available records at that time, because in my opinion, for anybody else to come to me and talk to me was going outside of the same reason we had executive session. I was just a random member of the public. Whether I'm running for a position or not, I felt that no police officer or the chief should have felt comfortable to talk to me about a situation they weren't putting on the public record. So I didn't approach them and ask the questions either. So I made my position based on the public record. I am now selectman. I have had the opportunity to talk to some more people. I am incorporating that in my decision making.
Of course, I'd like to respond. I don't want to have too much, but I respond. But perhaps your opinion made a difference whether you were elected or whether you weren't elected. So perhaps if you made a different decision, I'm just being devil's advocate. Perhaps if you made a different decision, maybe you would not be sitting there. Maybe people counted on you to make the decision, follow through on the decision, and now you're coming before the board and saying that you have an opportunity to make a different decision. So that's, it's like a president saying that he's gonna lower taxes, and then when he gets in, he raises taxes.
Yep.
So I don't understand, how could you respond one way 3 weeks or 5 weeks ago and respond a different way today as a selectman?
Because I'm more aware of the effort the subcommittee made, and I want to give them the respect and the due diligence. That's really what it is. It's not necessarily hedging my bets or anything like that, or changing my mind. It's not fair of me to state where I stand right now and truly give them the respect for the time they put in. That's why I'm speaking the way I am.
Yeah, and I think the votes and why they fell, pretty much conjecture, who knows? Kathy,
In defense of you, Mr. Irvin, you did say that you were going towards being the chief back, but you said, if they watch again, that unless any other extenuating circumstances arise, that's exactly what you said, because I've written it down several times. But this is not a popularity contest. You're paying someone to run a department. That's what it's all about here. You're paying someone to run a department, and if they're not running the department, I don't care who likes them or who doesn't like them. How can you keep them? It's not a popularity contest.
Just so you know, I wouldn't be making this decision based on popularity. I agree with your position.
well, anyway, I think
Can you
that,
give us the spelling of the names, their current rank of besides Chief Sabarin and former Chief Dimitroffs? Can you give us the correct first name, last name, spell their first name,
No,
last
where'd
name,
that do
where
it?
they live, what their
what?
positions? Can we at least
Okay,
get that much
yeah, you can
tonight?
just,
Would you like to come up here and read it yourself?
I would love it.
No, come up. Just write it down.
Because I had
Don't mean to be rude,
I
I'm
asked
sorry.
during the intermission, and I was told that, they didn't have it, so.
Well, it just, technically, we didn't, until it got brought up as an item and it was submitted to us, we didn't. So it was not presented to me until this moment, so that's why we answered the way we did. And it's okay. We can take the time for you to write it, no big deal. It's another 30 seconds.
Where do they live?
I don't know.
That was not presented
We
yet.
have their,
That's what I'm waiting for the package.
we have nothing other than names.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know.
exactly where I stand.
I have no idea.
So that's why I'm making the comment, I need the full package of each before I can go further with this discussion. Do we have more discussion on the fact that we got 4 names?
I think we're all set on this. I would just like to say that perhaps our first meeting in September, we could start interviews, and it doesn't necessarily mean we're higher than the second meeting. Does that sound reasonable?
So, 2 weeks from now puts us at 15, 14, and 29. That's,
So no, our 29th. Our first meeting in September would be the 6th because Monday is a holiday.
so you're saying we can have discussion items on the 29th, on the 6th, we can schedule interviews, is that how you do
Yeah,
it?
right
Actually
now-
at the meeting in an executive session, or do
Yeah,
we?
right now, we're not.
How does that work? I was curious how the interview process works.
The interview process can be open. It can be open.
In the meeting?
Yeah, right now, we're not meeting on the 29th. We may want to look at the schedule, but I'm not sure right now.
That's not one of the first thirds of the meeting schedule.
Oh, I got you, we do 2 a month, and this would have been a third of the
This would
month
have been
type
the
thing.
second, right, the second
I get
meeting
it.
of the month.
Yeah, that's for now.
I think that's what Charlie was saying too.
We may
What
want
I
to
would need, though, before I could get into interviews, is after I review the package, I need to be able to talk to the committee first. I want to know their position. I don't know if they are willing to set up a separate meeting where we could sit and talk to them about it. So in between, we could do that maybe.
Do you want the full committee or do you want just the chairman?
Actually, if the police search committee would be willing, I would like at least 4 members be there to discuss the 4 names they presented, and have one stand for each member and present your argument separately. My guess is each of the 4 names were brought up because at least one member of the committee stood for that person.
Yeah, let me play.
It matters not, I just need someone to stand up and not be representing all 4. That way I can listen to each of the pros and cons provided, and nobody's feeling like they gotta stand for each of the other. If you guys are willing to do that, I'd really appreciate having a meeting like that with you guys in about 2 weeks on a convenient date and time that we can make that happen.
Okay, I've got one thought on this, Matt. And in the past, we've had situations like this, and, you know, the names are out, you know, careers are on the line. As soon as those names are out, they're gonna say, what are you doing in Barry? And, you know, causes a lot of problems for them personally.
Agreed.
Yeah, so I think we need to do it fairly.
That's why we expedite the review with the committee in 2 weeks versus having a selectmen's meeting. And then, as you said, the first week or whatever, the first meeting in September, we can try to start interviews.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend to the 2 selectmen that you include all members of the committee, including the 2 alternates.
I would like you all to be there.
Because we
Yep.
were as involved as the rest.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be fine. So, now you want to do that at a special meeting or something?
What works for me, any day of the week, after work, starting no earlier than 6 p.m. I work 40 hours a week. I'm requesting that generally all meetings that I attend, especially open public meetings where other people that work 40 hours a week could attend, that usually means 6 o'clock. My preference is 6:30 or later, but I do understand for some maybe 6 works, or if we think it's going to be a long time, such as a meeting like tonight, we can start a little earlier so that people aren't going to bed at midnight. But just, I'll put that on the record. My preference is any meeting, start at 6:30 or later, except for special circumstances.
So do you want to try to set up a meeting for next week, if possible? Too soon?
The date would be the 22nd, 26th.
I
Actually,
don't
yeah,
mind.
if you're good for that,
No, I don't mind.
try that. Maybe, yeah, the Monday or the Tuesday, whatever works for all the people that can make it.
Town administrator can contact.
What?
Tell me his job, she can contact the chairman of the committee, he in turn would get us, and we would
Yep.
collectively.
I would prefer Mondays because, you know, we've had all these special meetings at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I think we need to have a set schedule.
That works for me.
Yeah, I would prefer.
6:30 Monday, August 22nd would be the preference.
Okay.
If there's a difficulty getting their committee together, then please just come back as
Deal with
quick as
that
you
when it
can
happens.
so we can make it work. And then that'll buy us more time actually self-reviewing prior to the first selectmen's meeting in September where we can try to start the interview process. That's my preference. Is this a motion thing now?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
but move on.
Thank you.
Sam, you'd asked to be on the agenda. I passed.
We have one more item before Sam.
What?
We have one more item, the signs.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the signs. Heather had asked me to place this on the agenda. There's been some issues with, you know, political signs and so on, as to where they are, and do they need permission, and that sort of thing. And I said we could have a discussion on this, and I don't know, just like, you just came through it, and I didn't use signs, but,
I mean, my preference is signs usually show that the yard you got it in has support from the homeowner or the property owner. So my preference is signs should go only in private property. Businesses are private, so if they want to participate in the political game, they're more than welcome to. I just think town property shouldn't be used. Unless there's a special acceptance by the board that applies to all of the people politically. But generally, I would think you would avoid town property. You just won't use that as a place to put signs up. That's my recommendation, but I don't wanna, it's just my thought. I'm willing to listen to anybody and everybody, because I know it doesn't always work that way.
Yep. Let me speak first, okay, Dennis? Well, here's my opinion. First of all, roads and stuff, I think we're gonna get into some issues with freedom of expression, speech, and that sort of thing. Signs, I think, generally, on the Common, I don't think anybody put them up there this year in the main Common. It was construction and that sort of thing. The others, the day before, they'd go down like, corner of Burnham, South Berry Road, Berry Plains Common. That's fine. Put them up, take them down, have them up for 2 days. But I think we've got some freedom of expression issues, and I think if we start going down the road of this issue, there's a lot of signs out there for a whole bunch of other things. I mean, you got church suppers, you got the Masonic Lodge, you got the Senior Bazaar, they're donating money, and once one sign comes down, you got directional signs for real estate. That's on public property. That's a private venture. You've got all the different signs, and I don't think George would be too keen on going up to Ruggles Lane School and telling a bunch of 8-year-olds that their sign has got to come down at the end of Broad Street. I wouldn't want to do it, and
I don't want to speak for George.
What?
I said I wouldn't want to speak for George.
I know that, but I'm going to guess it would be a tough thing. I should say a tough thing to do. But I just think you're opening up a box, and, like political signs, if they're in the way or some common sense, just ask them to move it a little bit. But I think we're opening up a huge issue here.
Is it possible maybe we look at more recommending within 7 days of an event? So in other words, they just can't sit out there forever? And I don't mean I'm a culprit. I gotta go pick up all my signs I left out in town. I recognize that. That's my fault. I meant to do it this weekend, I didn't. So I am not saying I'm not part of the problem. I'm just willing to try to find a balance here, because I do understand. Plus, people say I got a yard sale. We don't want them to get not being able to put up a sign. Hey, next Saturday is a yard sale. Let them put a sign up, get the yard sale going. I think generally the concept is let's reduce the clutter on public property. So as long as it doesn't sit out there too long, as long as the owner of the sign gets out there responsibly and removes it. But for the town to actually enforce it, we've got to set up certain guidelines of what that means. It may be 7 days, it may mean certain public areas are always excluded, because it might be municipal access, it might just be things like that where we got to, so I don't know if we need to review it more.
Well, we got time on this one, but I think, like Holden, I believe, has deadlines even on lawn signs. And, they can do what they want. I don't, that's their issue, I guess. It is their issue. But I always thought, that's restrictive even on lawn signs. I can't recall the number of days, but it's pretty close. I think, anybody running for office, local office, even, like reps and senators, they're pretty responsible people. They have the interest of the town at heart. Plus, we don't know where the public property is, particularly on back roads. As you can see, we just dealt with one, Winship Road, 1798 or whatever. But I just think we ought to just keep it in. It's always been reasonable. I don't, Holden can do what they want, but I really don't want that type of restrictions. And the next thing would be the lawn signs, and
I think it's just more than if you got a concern or complaint, just try to work with the person, see if they can relocate.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of it's common sense.
I'm okay with that too. I
Yeah.
just was,
If you
I
get it-
understand the general concept though of, the concern I guess also is someone coming in and just plastering the town with advertisements for something, and we don't have some type of regulation to control that. Sometimes you can get a point where you just can't get along with your neighbor and ask them, could you move that? And they'll say no.
Well,
And so we've got to have something to find a way to work with that issue when the neighbors can't just handshake and say, all right, I'll move this down the street. And I think that's what's being presented, is how do we deal with that?
yeah, I don't think we've had a lot of people outside, but
No,
that's
I
just
don't
my
know. I'm just-
opinion, and there hasn't really been that big a problem. State representatives and state senators, believe me, their signs are down quickly because they want them back. That's an issue. It's no issue with them. And, there's a few for Congress and stuff. So, not that important of an issue.
So the reason the issue was raised was during the election, the question was posed to town council, and he said if there's nothing, no written authorization, there's no authority to do so. So that's the whole.
That's right, but did you mention
summation.
to them that there's precedent on other signs and?
I did not, but if I could make a recommendation, if the board could work with the planning board and the town planner and code enforcement and legal counsel, and maybe come up with.
I don't think it's really a code enforcement issue. I don't think it's an issue for a planner. I really don't think this is a particularly big problem. It came up, really people spent a lot of time on this issue, including yourself. And I really don't think this is a major problem. And, I know Jim said that, and, but you didn't ask him the other, and, I don't think this is a really big issue. And, I don't think we need the planner on it and stuff. I mean, I'm not sure the, code enforcement and stuff really wants to get involved with a political signage. So, and then you can get targeted enforcement or unenforcement or whatever the term is. And, and that question came up on this one, and I just don't think I don't think we should tread down this road. And I don't think we need anybody on it. It really is not a big problem here. I just don't see it that way. And, most of them are on lawns anyway. We don't have anything to say about that anyway, as far as I'm concerned. I've done signs in my day, and, the Ann Gobies of the world want them back because they keep running. They're very expensive. And I used to do signs for the senators. We'd have 800, 900 out. And, this is not I don't see it as an issue. And it may have been an issue because Jack had his alpacas or something down there, and I think Faye, you were worried about cleanup, right? No. Yes, you were. So you said that to me, how are they gonna clean up? And I know he always does.
I said I hope that they clean up just like people that walk their dogs on the common, that's all.
He wasn't on the common,
Right.
so we don't have to worry about that. And, we're probably not, alpacas on the common probably isn't gonna happen anyway. So, quite frankly.
Generally, I would somewhat
Just
support
leave it
Charlie's position, and here's why. Sometimes we ask too much of the town to resolve our issues. And all it does is really create deeper factions in the town. So I think we need to just recognize, unless it becomes a true issue, each individual issue can be brought before the board if it becomes an issue, and then we can make a letter recommending to the owner of the sign, please remove the sign or work with it. But anytime we're in a situation where there's a political activity going on, the town should never ask one individual to remove a sign that's been put out there because it's making the town feel like it's choosing a side. So we've got to be very careful with that, because if I chose not to put it on public property and someone else did, it doesn't really matter, because that was my choice. You know, and everybody's going to see the signs and make their own decision based on that. So I think we might be asking too much to put the town in the middle of it. And that's just political. Now, if we get into business stuff, that's a different story. I don't know if the planning board would want to look into review of actual semi-permanent signs that are saying my business is this way on public property. I'm not saying we can't, but we might want to look at, I don't know, maybe it requires a permit fee. I don't know. It's our land. In other words, we're leasing the land out if we just let it sit there as a business, or we're allowing that business favoritism over another business by not the old open bidding or anything like that that a town would do when we say you can use our property. So we got to be careful for anything that's more than just out there for a couple weeks, because we may be showing a favoritism in that regard. And that's where I think the planning board probably should start to review and propose to the select board to put on a town warrant a potential town bylaw that we may need to address that type of signage.
We're working on that.
Understood, and that would be my only recommendation regarding signage. But when it comes to political or yard sales or even the Berry Theater, they do their things on 122, 62, wherever they do it.
Yeah.
I understand, let it be out there for a few weeks, then they take it down. If you think it's a bigger issue, then please write a letter to the board so we can understand more positions in town on this issue. But I don't like the idea of the town being called in to address things too often when you just need to try to find a way to work with your neighbor.
Yep, Dennis?
Trifalo Square in front of the former Barry IGA isn't town property.
Right.
That's state property.
I know that.
It's a memorial square.
Yep.
It's no different than a cemetery.
Right.
It should be treated as such, without signs all over it, disrespecting the 7 men who all served in the United States
Yep.
Navy, one wounded in combat, most have passed away now.
Yeah, that's
my
right.
thoughts on that.
My idea would be, you know, if you want, the planning board's working on it. Yeah, okay.
A sign bylaw with the town
Yeah.
regional plan.
Yeah, okay. We've got plenty of time on
I
this.
don't know as if it has anything to do with political signs.
What?
I don't think we're addressing political signs, but,
Yep.
because that's a temporary.
There might even be a compromise. I need to think about this more when
And
they,
the select board has always regulated signs on the common for spaghetti suppers for Rotzi, the Barry players, you know.
right, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
There might be a compromise here on places you don't want them when they they come in, pull papers, we could just have a little thing. I don't think we need to, unless it's so blatant, I don't think we need to send our inspector out to look
Well, he
at.
already has on his books regulations for certain signage, sizes, square inch and all that. And part of the reason we're involved with this too is because each one of these solar farms has to have a sign on it with emergency contact, all that information on there. We don't want an 8x8 sign and big bold
Yep.
letters saying this is this company.
Yeah,
So we're looking to regulate that.
yeah.
That's part of it.
This, yeah, and we have regulations on signs on buildings up top and all that.
Yeah, some of that's
This is
already-
just, this has never been a problem, actually, so. I don't know. how
So
you
we'll leave
wanna
that
do
to the planning board to continue and then make the recommendation up and through and the
Okay, that's
process
fine.
that be. And then we can slap you down if we don't like it.
I will say, when we had the farm, I wished I'd thought of taking the calves down there. I thought that was a great idea, so I think you asked me what I thought of it, and I said, I wished I'd thought of it. But that was a great idea. I don't get too alarmed about stuff like that. So, okay. Sam, you're getting closer.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me be on the agenda.
Yep.
However, the meeting is going way too long, and I'm going to defer to whoever is next
Okay.
because I think it's critical that we get on with the meeting instead of, even though what I wanted to discuss, I thought was important and critical to you guys, but I think you should go forward and
Yeah,
do
I
what you
think-
need to do next.
I think one reason it's so long is we haven't met in a long time, and we got a pile of business and permits, and, you know, that have been held up, business permits and so on. I think we owe them
Thank
that.
you, Sam.
So we need an appointment to the Central Mass Regional, the alternate. And I understand we had Phil Hubbard who was interested.
That was the recommendation of the planning board. So-
Mr.
Yep,
Chairman, if
Dennis.
I may, there's two positions. One is the, I forget the exact term for it, delegate for the Central Mass Regional Planning Committee from the town. The
Yep.
other is the alternate. There seems to be a little misunderstanding with the board. One of those two gentlemen is already on the executive board of that. I
Mhm.
don't see why they would serve a dual purpose. I think if one of the other members on the board would choose to be either the alternate or the delegate, we should
Okay.
offer it to them. So I'm asking at this time to table it until our next
Okay.
meeting.
Want to make a motion for that?
Motion to continue this,
Table, what?
or table it.
Okay, I'll second. In favor?
I'll practice those. In
Yeah.
favor. Practice those, that terminology.
Okay, Berkshires to Boston, assume that's for the bike tour.
It is. Yeah,
Okay.
the Bike, Berkshire's to Boston bicycle tour has come through Barry for the last few years and used Barry Common as one of their pit
Yep.
stops, where they fill up their water jugs. The George Fricker opens up the town hall for them. They can go use the restroom, fill up their water
Yep.
jugs.
They get down in front of the Congregational Church.
I believe so, yeah. They have, the plan that they use is the same plan.
Yep.
Is run by the police chief as well.
What time of year when's this happen?
This is, I'm sorry, I think it's September, look at a calendar. 16. And this year, I don't know if everyone has seen it, they're using Barry for their jersey. So we are, you know, the
Yeah,
common
I think they
is
did
pictured
that.
on their
Some of
jersey, so
them
all
did.
of their
I think-
riders.
I
will
think
be
they did
wearing
it
this.
last year, some of them.
No, that they focus on a different community every year.
Okay.
And they chose Barry this year.
Oh,
as
that was-
their jersey.
Yeah, is it more than one day or just,
It's multiple days.
Yeah.
Literally goes Berkshire's to Boston and.
Yeah,
okay.
So the 16th is when they expect to land in Barry?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, people my age on a bike ride from the Berkshires to Boston are gonna take considerably longer. That's a long bike ride, right? So they kind of straggle in, and the first ones are rolling, but by the time you get to the second day,
You're on the back of a pickup truck.
yeah, they might be doing
Yourself
that.
included.
They might be doing that.
I
So
couldn't even ride a bike.
I need the motion to approve.
What are we actually approving here? So I
Them
better
to-
understand. The permit?
They request to use the town common and open the town hall.
Second that motion.
That's your motion.
My motion?
Yeah, and
I approve.
I approve. Thank you.
Getting a little late.
Yep. Okay, we've done the other things. And the last one is ABCC.
Yes, Faye's gonna report on that.
Yep, I attended a training seminar with ABCC last year, which was the second of, I'm sure, a few more. With this, ABCC on their end is looking to go paperless, and they've started implementing that right now on their retail end, wholesale end. And the town of Barry can this year be part of their pilot program, which a lot of communities have already done, if we so choose, which would mean this year's renewals would all go electronically through ABCC. There would be no more paperwork back and forth, and that's how everything would be done.
Yep.
But that would require us to have all of our establishments
Be able to do it.
correct. Yep. And I did discuss with the, I think he's the commissioner, that there may be some establishments here that may not be up to speed with doing that, and I would be able to assist them in getting through the process.
Okay.
I did discuss with Matt quickly before our meeting, it's not a mandatory thing this year. Next year it will be mandatory. That every community, every town, the LLA, which is the Liquor Licensing Authority, must go paperless. So at this point, it's the choice of the board if you so choose to go paperless this year or hold off until next year. But I do believe January 1st, any changes in licenses like we did tonight would have to be paperless.
Okay.
So you're speaking calendar year when you say this year and next year? So as of January
well,
1st to January 1st?
Is calendar.
Is calendar year, yes.
The renewals.
Our renewals come in prior to that, and they take effect January 1.
All right, so we have the option right now, up to December 30th, 31st technically, to go back, to continue with paper if we wanted. But as of January 1st, you're expecting anything for next year's
Yep.
business
Correct.
will have to be electronic.
Correct. So
Okay.
this year's renewals are optional to be paper or not, and it's not a choice of if you own an establishment, you choose to go paperless, and this establishment chooses to go on paper still. That's not it. It's all or nothing. The town either decides to go on board with the electronic filing or not. But
Okay.
come next year's renewal, everybody will have to go electronically.
How can we present to all of the current license holders, liquor license holders, clearly what's going on and what we can provide them to assist them with understanding and training?
Yep.
I would recommend that, yes, we should try to do it this year, where the state has kind of given us the ability to like hand walk them through the process, where I'm guessing they say if you hand walk them in the process after this, it's almost like a conflict where you're doing too much assistance. That we work that. Am I correct? You said that you may or may not have started to reach out to the library to see if they can help us
No,
sponsor?
that was going to be part of our plan, that if we can ask the library to help us by allowing us to use their computers for people that may not have access, almost like a kiosk, you know, the
Yep.
people, yep. But I did kind of start the process of introducing people to the process, which I sent out a letter just last week, asking them to forward us their email, and that we will be working towards going into this new e-place, as the ABCC calls it. It will be beneficial for us to have all their email addresses anyways for all our licensing stuff that we do use, but it was kind of an introduction to them that this is something we're going to be moving to.
Mr. Urban, just so you're aware, all of the computers at the library were donated by the state.
Okay. Nice, okay, because I know they get sources from everywhere in the world.
Actually,
Libraries
they
are
came from the
interesting
Department
little,
of Corrections.
Quite a pilot program that runs.
Yeah, they've been working
4
on this.
months.
Well, they've been working on this for a couple of years.
They may have been, but.
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, they said at this point, they're almost completely paperless on their end. They've scanned in all the old paperwork. It's been a big project on their end.
Oh, I'm sure it has.
Yep.
They make good projects.
Yep.
what I'm thinking, Charlie, can you, Heather, and Faye, or however you support each other in this particular aspect, write up a plan that you can present to us on how you want to approach the town and what you may or may be able to do when it comes to looking at the library or other IT resources where we can have someone come in, receive training. Our current license holders can receive training on the process. What type of paperwork we can kind of provide them to assist. In other words, we'll train you, but we're also gonna kind of have this instruction sheet. So as we train you, we're referring to the sheet, you walk away with the sheet. Next time you do it, you can come back and give us another call and we can walk you through it again, because you're only gonna do it once a year. God bless you if you remember what we told you last year. In other words, I think we gotta make the attempt to educate the consumer, the customer, the license holder. And I think a lot of times people just have certain assumptions like, oh, they should be able to do it, and we realize, no, some things just don't happen. They can run a business, they can do everything, but they have no clue how to fill out an online form and submit it because they're confused about how to sign it or how to do this. And so we need to be able to really clarify what that means. So can you guys maybe look at how we could educate our license holders? What did I say?
Guys.
Oh yeah, everybody's a guy. Don't take that gender,
So let me
like,
just, I guess I
PC
can
world,
ask
please.
this, would
I'd
you
be in
guys
trouble.
prefer that maybe
We're guys.
you guys
Yeah, you're right.
implement it into next year then? Maybe just start trying to introduce it this
That'd
year?
be fine. That'd be fine.
I like the idea, but didn't you mention that there's no test that you can use yet? So it's hard to really teach them without walking right through the
And
process.
the situation is each applicant would have to log to ABCC's portal and request the access, and ABCC on their end then looks at what the request person is and verifies that this is the person of license holder, and then sends them an email asking them to change, here's your temporary password, login.
Yeah, right,
And
and
in
that's
the
what a
bigger
lot of
pic-
people won't understand.
In the bigger picture, ABCC is linking with DLP, which is DPL, and all kinds of other state agencies into like one hub portal, and then underneath, you would pick out to all these different agencies. So, it's a really big project that they're doing, so. I mean, I can send out a questionnaire to maybe the businesses and say, what's your feeling on this? Would this fiscal, this coming renewal period be too soon to introduce it? Or just letting them know that next year there will be no choice? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. They're gonna have no choice either way. It sounds
Next
like it's
year.
just now or later.
Yep.
So delaying that no choice only matters if we're not prepared to educate them. So we need to start
gives us
focusing
more
on our
time.
education plan, and then we can determine if we're gonna stick with paper or not. So let's start with developing how we're gonna educate our license holders how to do this, and focus on that plan to assist them. And based on how well we're prepared with that, we can then decide whether we wanna go paperless or not this year. Because if we don't think we're ready to do that and show the license holders how to access this website and use it and go through the login process, then we should stick to the paper this year and then implement, because we'll have a full year next year to really try to work through it.
Unless they have changes. If they have changes to their license, it will have to be through the email portal, the e-portal.
Right, but at that point, hopefully, we'll have had more time to better understand as well and be able to teach people.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking, maybe let's plan that first. See if you
Sure.
want, we can start with an outline and then get into the weeds, step at a time. I understand that, but let's see if we've got time, so let's take the time now to try to plan that and then move forward.
Sure.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, that'd be fine. We also have to remember one thing, they haven't done it yet, and, my faith in the ABCC, following through and getting it done, there's that possibility, and we're talking January 1st.
Yeah, they have some communities that were part of their phase one pilot, and they were a lot of the larger communities because
Right.
they figured those communities would have many more transactions, so they'd be able to,
Well, yeah.
figure out the bugs that
Yeah.
way, where,
Lucky
we
them.
have 14,
Yeah,
the town of Cambridge may have 1,500.
yeah, I understand
Yeah,
that, but.
so.
They also have the city personnel to support that
Correct,
process a
yep,
lot better than
yep.
we would, so.
But they, when they do the entire state, I've been there. This is not the most efficient group of people that you will meet. Right?
Do you have a list of the towns that are part of the program?
Not off the top.
Would you pass them for that? Because maybe they've got something that we want to share with us on how they taught their license holders.
Yeah.
So
they
maybe
kinda
those
gave us
towns
some
might
of
have
the examples
created
at the
something.
training, but yeah.
Or even, maybe you got
Yeah.
those, but that would,
Sure.
just a suggestion, that might make it easier for us.
Okay, you got any correspondence?
There's a correspondence folder.
What?
This is what I asked for when I said write a letter.
Okay. Okay, we have an update from Maureen Marshall on member assessments and where we're going to be different proposals on based on some of the legislative changes in Chapter 71, which I think is some of the special ed stuff. What?
I think that's chapter 7.
That's Chapter 70.
Oh, this is 71.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is something on the town of Barry and coming up with 5-year plans and a letter from us to them, and I think it basically compliments us on the involvement in the long-term planning financially, which I think was great.
It was a letter we were required to write to DLS about completion of the capital plan
Yep.
as one of the community compact
Okay.
best practices.
Yeah, I thought it went very well. And this letter is from Darrell Taylor. I'm going to read this one. To whom it may concern, Barry Conservation Committee, Planning Committee, Select Board. I am writing this letter to the Planning Committee, Conservation Committee, and Select Board of the Town of Barry. I've been a resident of this town for many years and an acquaintance of Sam Lipson for many years as well. And am writing this letter as a concerned resident taxpayer of Barry. For years, I and my family and others I know, understanding Sam's generous nature, have had the opportunity to use Sam's farm as a refuge and also a place where I had delivered firewood, which I cut and then delivered to my house by the use of Sam's tractor or my trailer. I was made aware of a public meeting that was as much as possible of Barry's country nature would be preserved and not modified by the solar development company, especially on the north side of any and all solar arrays, or on the south side of any houses on West Street as 171 to 171 and 179 West Street. On July 8th, 2016, while assessing the tractor of Sam Lipson, which is stored in the barn, I personally observed and witnessed the indiscriminate cutting of a large tree, I guess to be being close to 200 years old. Also, lesser trees were removed from and are close to the barn, which are shaded that area for as long as I can remember. See Google Earth. Note, the cutting took place shortly after Sam Lipson vacated the site for the day, as he had been there earlier that day arguing about the 2 lesser trees on the curve of the long driveway. One, a fine-looking birch, example, the other a poplar, I'm guessing. After seeing the engineering plans through Sam Lipson, I believe that this wholesale removal of that tree and some lesser surrounding trees was clearly not a necessity for any road building or to enhance any collection of sunlight, and was done, my guess, as expediency to position some of the equipment for the purpose of chipping process. And it goes on. I believe that the tree was cut in spite and performed deliberately after Sam vacated surroundings. I would hope that from this information, sanctions will be leveled against the solar development company. I further believe that Sam has contacted about this tree removal. An agreement would have been generated between the persons in a position of power so that the tree specimen would not have been removed, and the solar company would have been able to use their equipment as well as they wish. This equipment, I understand, was used to turn the wood not saved for Sam to be chipped and sold to a power plant. This tree, in my mind, was a distinct aesthetic component of the property near the barn, 179 West Street. It would be expected from the citizens of Barry that these committees and the select board would make a firm stand and a firm direction to the solar company. What is that here? The solar development company that we, the residents of the town of Barry, who approved through planning and conservation the solar facility, will no longer allow this wholesale disfigurement of our land, clearly for unnecessary reasons to occur. I would believe that money damages would be assessed against the solar company for the deliberate and deceptive actions against the town and the property, and the town and the owner. Deliberate and deceptive actions against the town and the property owner, and the town and the owner. The town and the owner should hire a representative at the expense of the solar company to monitor town positions so as this type of fiasco would never happen again during the continuing of construction, if allowed by the town. I believe Sam has hired an attorney to address these issues newly surfacing. If you remember, Rohit Garg from the developer of Community Energy stated at many meetings that the construction would be done to the gold standard. I believe that tree removal was done in spite and was unnecessary and was done as a convenience for the developers without any regard for the land or the property it surrounds, 179, 171 West Street. I am a resident of Barry and the user of the barn area at 179 West Street. The rear area would expect that the development organization would make an effort to replace those areas in like and kind and compensate the landowner and the town for any damage that was caused by the solar companies. Overzealous and sneaky actions of the removal of this stately tree, the town and Sam Lipson should hire a representative at the expense of the solar company to monitor going forward what occurs if this is not done. The town and the property owner would be at the mercy of the solar company, and by what has just happened, we do not wish to be in that position again. And I know my observation that this stately tree had some rod attached. However, I did notice the years while using the tractor that every year new branches appeared and the tree was totally full with leaves and quite alive. And it said solar development folks did a bad thing, a very bad thing. And all that they removed, after all, they removed a 3 1/4, 4 foot diameter tree sneakily and deceptively, clearly without any discussions with the owner or the Conservation Commission, who they were informed many times would be in charge of any like issues. P.S. My spouse Kim was asked to take photographs of this tree devastation and link it to Google Earth for verifications. The pictures are currently in the hands of Sam Lipson, owner of the property. Now looking backwards, it was a shame that we residents that our town committees allowed the solar company to come into our town with a belief and understanding that they actually cared, and clearly by their deeds, as noted, they do not and it is signed by David Taylor, and I don't know, Sam, did you want to comment or anything? No?
Seems pretty clear.
What? Yeah, it does.
It seems
And
pretty clear.
planning board got one. Another letter from Ron Christensen, District Treasurer, Quanman. As required by Chapter 71, 6 member towns are required to hold a special town meeting within 45 days of July 14th. However, with the reduced budget, the assessment to the towns varied to $5,171,738, a 6.4% increase, which is lower than the appropriation approved at the annual town meeting. Therefore, another meeting is not necessary. The debt assessment remains the same as calculated January 30th. I figured that would happen. I don't know if they're all done with the overrides in the other towns.
No, like next week, I believe.
Yeah, the 23rd is advertised for Hubbardston, the vote.
Yep, Sam?
Towns like 2 days
I don't know if
later.
it's appropriate to comment on that last letter you read about the school appropriation.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to comment now?
Excuse me?
Is it appropriate for me to comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
on that
I haven't-
letter? My question, a lot of people's other question is that there was some appointments to the school employees recently that were listed. And my question is, when she cut budgets, whether those people who, one of them was his son-in-law or a friend of the son-in-law or an art director or something, whether those positions remain, or those people obtain pink slips based on the fact that there were excessive administrative positions. I don't know if you knew this, but I thought I'd
Well,
ask.
I've been around things and I kind of have an idea of how things get done, and, you know, I think you need to take up, we don't have much to say about that aspect of it. I think you're going to need to take that up with the school committee. I'm aware that there are, put it this way, connections, so you'll have to take that up with them. I don't do the hiring, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you're really interested, you want to make hay, Sam, go to the State Ethics Commission if you really believe that's a concern. That's your method.
Thank you.
I'm not suggesting you do or do not do that. I'm just saying that's a
Yeah, but maybe that's
path that you could
maybe
choose
that's a
if you
message
want to.
Maybe that's a message the selectmen need to do, because it affects all of us. It doesn't just affect the people in this building, it affects taxpayers in this entire town, and you folks kind of sort of represent the taxpayers in this town. So maybe this information was brought to your attention and you need to follow up on it. Not saying that an individual needs to follow up. That's what we hired, that's what we elected you guys for, to fight for us. And it seems to me pretty evident that there's excessive amounts of top-level management that never gets addressed. And what gets addressed is the little people who need the $15 an hour, not the people who get $150 a year.
There's a different set of elected individuals that address that, and it's called the school committee.
Well, maybe I
They
talked
are the
to
ones you
school
address, so I'm not disagreeing with anything that's been said here, nor am I saying that we can't maybe assist with certain things, but my recommendation is you go through the school committee first and see where that brings you. If after documenting your effort and you see no results, then further steps can occur. But like an official letter like what we got from Daryl to the school committee is the first step I would suggest.
There was that letter from, that you're speaking about, has nothing to do with school.
You're missing my point. My
Yeah,
point
I
is
am.
document your complaint to the school committee in writing.
I thought that was your job, but, okay, thank you anyway. I thought that was the job of the selectmen and the administrative board of the town that you need to address that.
The problem is you're going to the top before you go through the process that's in place. You've got to make the effort to go through the process in place before you bring the select board in,
Well,
because now you're asking more of the select board than what our job is. We would be like final arbitrator, not first step. That's my recommendation as I see my role.
thank you.
Hey, we got a very nice letter here. Dear Board of Selectmen, Town of Barry, my family and I want to thank you so very much for dedicating the annual official report for the calendar year of 2015 to Sam. It is such a fine tribute to Sam, who loved caring for the people of Barry and beyond. He gave his all and was happy to do so. It was an honor to share the dedication with Senator Robert Wetmore. Thank you again. Sincerely, Florence Sandy Pickens. That's a nice letter.
Yeah.
Letter between Maureen Marshall, to Maureen Marshall from William Bell, Associate Commissioner of Administration and Finance, and I think if you want to look at this would be available after the meeting. They're very prolific writers in this thing. And we got a letter from Senator Goby. Overall, this year's budget increases Chapter 70 funding by $116,131,419 and unrestricted general government aid by $42,131,271. Additionally, I was able to successfully pass an amendment to increase regional school transportation reimbursement to $51,021,000. Athol, it goes into the other towns, which is signed by Senator Goby. And we have a letter here from Sam Salvador. On April 7th, I notified Jason Pimentel of the Barry Highway Department of a serious water problem in the basement of our commercial building at 8, 10, and 12 Exchange Street. I was originally told it was most likely rainwater due to the awning on front of the building. After installing a $480 rain gutter, the water problem continued to increase. On January 23rd, Jason came with electronic equipment and determined that there was a leak under the newly constructed sidewalk leading to the old town hall next door. The problem was solved immediately after the pipe was replaced. However, there were damages done to the items in our basement. The damage consisted of black mold and building materials, specifically whites. I think it's slate wall, plywood, and 2x4s. The value of ruined property is approximately $2,000. I contacted the commercial department of my insurance company, Kimball, Cook and Athol, who instructed me to file a claim with the town of Barry as damage was caused by leaking pipe on town property. Your prompt attention would be appreciated. And from Sam Salvador, I think you've been up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Been there multiple times.
Did you get a copy of this letter?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, okay.
It's being handled by the insurance company.
I had a phone call from them the other day. Fine.
From the insurance company?
Yeah.
You know, you got a letter from Doug Martin. It's about representing the town in a lawsuit and against the planning board, and I think we ought to take that up and separate it. Looks like a potential pretty serious problem.
That's also being handled by council, and I did let him know that planning board is covered under health insurance.
And we have a letter from our special counsel on labor issues from Fred Dupree, and I think he is reaffirming I did read this letter, your contract, I didn't think there was any question about the contract and validity of the contents of the contract.
It was a question about carryover of time.
Okay. Okay. And the last letter is from Maya, awarding 2.5 million credit in participation credits for MIA Maya members. That's our insurer. And they'll be issuing credits and invoices for July 1st, 2016. And it's signed by Jeff Beckwith and town manager from Ashfield and the executive vice president. I think you can look at that if you want. And I've come to the end of the correspondence, I assume the end of the meeting.
We want to open the floor for any potential public comment or other business that's not major first, and then deal with that.
Is there any public content?
Anything?
No.
Anything we haven't worn you out with yet?
I am wishing for an open meeting session on the executive session, instead of the executive session. I think I should defer to you. I think Faye should not be taking the minutes. You're involved, and I think Mary Ann is here. She can take over for a while.
Are you willing to take some minutes on this particular item? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You can just stay there, I know.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Being an open meeting, is it still a request to go into executive session? Being an open meeting, is it still a motion to go into executive session? Okay.
No, it's open.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know if there's a, I just wanted to make sure I was following,
Proper procedure.
right. It's something I need to remind myself on some of these. Should I put my hand up? I see a camera.
Smile. Smile.
No, not tomorrow, it's too late.
All right. Charlie had requested this to be open. If I were to follow what I think is normal, a plaintiff would state their issue and a defendant would then respond to that. With that being said, would you like to read the letter? Would you like me to read the letter for you? And then you can make comment on it.
You can read it.
Can I get a copy of it? I'll give it right back. Okay. I will read the letter that was presented to the board to discuss potential concerns between our relationships of town administration and the board. Specifically, the two people involved in the letter are Faye Zakowski and Charlie Chase. I will read the letter. On August 4th, 2016, we received the letter. It goes as, "Attention, Town Administrator and Board of Selectmen. I'd like to formally log a complaint to you regarding an incident that occurred today, August 4th, 2016, with Selectman Charlie Chase. On this day, Charlie visited the office as he has done since being elected as selectman, but daily for the past 2 weeks. These visits are lengthy at times for up to a couple hours at the longest and a few minutes being the shortest. These visits are not constructive working visits and are at times contentious. On this day, Charlie's visit started out with conversation about a meeting he just had with a member of the school committee task force. He wanted to converse about the former selectman not taking action regarding a drainage issue on Oakham Road and that Jim Caruso, the builder, is at fault for that, and the board let him get away with it, especially Rich as he was the working foreman at the time. I told him I did not know the situation he spoke of. He stated I did, and I stated I did not attend DPW meetings to know the reference. He then went on to state Jim Caruso was on a board and it was not good then, and his, Jim, brother-in-law, was on the board of selectmen, and they made all the decisions, and no one likes Jim in town.
I didn't say that.
The letter continues. I told him I did not know what he was talking about. He stated I did. He then talked about Kathy Howard, and her current issue with the town was due to not getting the job a dispatch when the town regionalized. I stated to him that I was not in the position during that period, but he stated I knew what he was getting at. During these conversations, I told him I did not have opinions either way about these people or situations, or that I did not know what he was talking about, and he said, "Do you know what I'm getting at?" I replied I did not. He accused me of being on Kathy Howard's side, whatever that meant, and that those are your people. It escalated from conversation to accusations of being on sides with people in the town, and accusations of me being a rude and difficult person to work with. He made statements that he has received many complaints about me, and that Heather Lemieux and I are difficult to work with and are playing a large role in the upcoming election. Heather Lemieux joined the conversation, and Charlie included her in his accusations of being difficult to work with. Heather asked him for examples, and stated that we have already discussed this in the past when he was first elected, and a couple more times, and that he continues to bring it up. Heather stated to Charlie that his visits are disruptive and creating a bad working environment. I told Charlie I agreed with her. He stated he disagreed, and it's his job as selectman to come to this office. I stated to Charlie that I cannot work in this environment, and I believe he was targeting us, and that this is harassment. I requested him to bring complaints that are about me forward with details of the situation surrounding the complaint, and if he did not, then the complaint held no meaning. He said he would. He continued to try to be argumentative about how the office is run, and how he thinks these should occur, and that he does not believe we like working with him, and that others in the building have told him this. Heather and I asked him for examples of how we can work better together, and he did not have any solutions. The conversation kept going around and around. Heather stated the conversation needed to end, as there was no solution to the bantering. She stated she would file a complaint if this continued. He stated with whom. He said, "Okay, I get it, but continued to stand in the office, and stated his point for at least 15 more minutes. Heather went to her office to try to end the conversation, and I began to work trying to defuse the situation. He made more comments to me that he believes I was difficult to work with, and that he works really hard at this position. I tried to ignore him and told him the conversation was over. He continued to go back to topics that he spoke to me about in the beginning, such as Jim Caruso, Kathy Howard, and me being difficult to work with. And I told him the conversation was over, and I was not going to continue this way. I repeated to him that I am not going to work like this in this environment. Jean Joel was at the doorway during this and witnessed the end of the conversation of me trying to end his visit by telling him multiple times the conversation was over and I am done. During this time, we had at least 5 town employees come into the office trying to conduct business. Charlie would stop his conversation and wait for them to exit, and then he would continue. He finally exited the office. I believe Charlie Chase creates a hostile work environment not only for me, but for Heather Lemieux and possibly others. Similar types of visits also occur on May 17, 2016, and also June 9, 2016. On these days, I also felt he was argumentative and was creating a hostile work environment as well. I am unsure how this situation will be resolved, as the Board of Selectmen is only one, him, and they are the ones to handle personnel issues. My concern is this will continue in the future, and I am not willing to continue to work in this environment. I thank you for your attention to this matter. Regards, Faye Zukowski. What I would like to do after reading that is start by going back to Faye to see if you have anything else you want to state on this before we go to Charlie and have him.
I do not at this time.
Do you want the letter to refer to and
No, I'm all
speak?
set.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to ask Heather, where there's no laws here, no CMRs, nothing, town laws stated, where is the violation here? And what did we do? Was it personnel policy or what? You interviewed me.
I'm sorry, interviewed you?
Well, you took me in closed door discussion.
To notify you that there would be an executive session
Yep.
due to the complaint.
Okay, but where was this, is this being taken like as a personnel policy or what?
It's a complaint under exemption 1, complaint against a public officer.
Okay. Well,
And the process normally is to go to your...
okay, we'll get into this. The questions regarding individuals, okay, were theoretical and fictional questions because I have felt right along that the office had been subverting my positions on the board. I have felt that they have worked against me. I had to find out, and let me speak. I had to find out, and I posed theoretical questions to me, and I certainly got that answer feeling from it, and this is the result of it. And, you know, the subversion of my position, the subversion of my views have been called into question, and, you know, I'm getting very tired of it, and I think we ought to talk about the rest of the thing, seeing how you two have made accusations to me. But I will get to that in a minute. You know, I have felt this right along. When I ran for office, I felt that I was running against the office, and, you know, it's pretty, you know, I had excuse me, I had to say otherwise, and I have tried to be very, very careful in the office, and I don't think that I have been in obstruction in the office, despite what you say. And I also want to reiterate before I start in on this conversation that I've been elected to office a long time. I started campaigning in my junior year of high school and served on a numerous number of boards. At the end of this term, I will have served 27 years in elected office. I have never had a complaint like this. And it's a questioning, and I have to defend it because it is a question of my honesty, integrity, and what I stand for. It's a challenge to my family, who are very honest, and it's a defamation of my character. And for that, I will fight to the bitter end. So, you know, yes, we were argumentative, but I had to figure out a way to find the information that I was looking for, and I found it. So that's part of it. And, you know, with that said, I think that you better talk about the rest of the conversation. I have said on many, many occasions that the office is difficult to get along with. You know, you call, it's condescending, you know, they argue with people, and, you know, it's very, very difficult. It's done to your fellow town employees. It's done over and over and over. And while you may disagree, you have to understand, I get a lot of these, and I know, Faye, you told me I just rode around, but I don't do that. And there's more here. You said that, so there's two sides. Just don't look in, you know, so. And when I said that, I couldn't explain who, because there's so many. You know, I go to the Barry Foods, people come up to me in the driveway, the store, going out of the store, I stop for coffee, people come up to me, and, you know, I go to the pharmacy, South Barry Post Office, you name it. You know, I'll bet that I get 8 to 15 complaints a day. I have never, and believe me, as an elected person, I do not solicit complaints. I really don't want them, but I have never had a positive word about this office. And I don't know if, you know, I have to write out a script for what you expect, but it is extremely difficult. I have asked for the situation to be corrected several times, and, you know, nothing has happened. And so I state that part, but I think, and I didn't realize I was on the clock, but I have, you know, there's another aspect of the conversation. And every time I mention the office thing, something else happens, and I'm questioned on everything I have ever done. And, you know, the questioning went all over the place. And I have as much right at this table as anybody else. And when I said that, I know I was questioned on, first of all, my lack of preparation for meetings, because I did not go upstairs prior to the meetings, and I said I was not going to be part of that. I can't say that anything was done wrong. They were met together. I can't say anything was done properly. But I do feel that way. I'm not going to be a participant in that. You know, I don't think the preparation for the meeting should be conducted that way. I have never been in the position of other committees to have it done that way. It should be a packet prepared, possibly handed out or put at a seat at the table. And to me, that was, and to say I wasn't prepared was just a reprehensible comment, and I think I'm as well prepared as anybody else, and I think you could see, you know, I was able to handle most of this stuff tonight. So that's one issue. And by the way, you know, I was the only board member at the town meeting, and if somebody asked me a question on anything that was presented, I could have answered the questions because I'd gone to finance committee meetings. We went over when Maureen, Superintendent Marshall, excuse me, was speaking. I've had follow-ups. I tried to learn that, and I went to all the finance committee meetings once I got elected, and I was very well prepared. So the audacity of accusing me of not preparing, you know, there's two sides to this issue, and I am extremely upset about that because I'm as well prepared as anybody on the board, and I can speak on a variety of issues. So that's one aspect. We had a discussion. I said, I think we may have to consider, we haven't done it, then perhaps we might want to open the offices on Fridays. Didn't say we were doing it, but, you know, they, you know, started arguing with me. I didn't even say we were doing it, but it needed to be considered. So if Faye argues with me, I'm already out 3 nights a week. Those are stipended positions. You said this.
Can I ask for a point of...
No! I'm speaking and I have the floor. This is defamation of character. I'm talking about everything that went on, okay? And this went on. And, you know, and this has been going on. And I am very upset about this. And I think I have a right to be upset. This also went on, and there's more to this story than what was presented here. And, you know, I said we might go to a meeting on Fridays, having the office open. After all, Friday is a business day. They responded to me, I'm not going to work under those conditions.
Those were not my words.
Yes, they were.
My words were, my schedule is Monday through Thursday.
I'm sorry. What I would like is let him finish and then we'll come back to you. So if you need to take a couple
That is
notes.
exactly what
I'm not saying you will definitely have your time, but if we get back and forth one sentence to another, we'll be here all night. So if you can just try to focus on some things you need to so you can wrap it up, we'll just address the issues. I understand.
I got a lot to focus on here.
I do know that, and I'm not trying to stop you. We'll keep moving forward. Thank you.
But that was said, and, you know, my opinion is if you can't do that the 3 nights a week, those are stipended, so that part, and, you know, I'm kind of a creature of politics. I don't deal well with ultimatums, and that's what that was. We've had a number of other things that came up, you know, such as I said, at some point, we're going to read correspondence into the meetings, and they told me she wanted a smooth running meeting. So do I. But I think that the public deserves the correspondence, And that is very, very critical to me. I know the board, you people think that they go up and pick it up in the office. Most people aren't around during the day. That is very, very disturbing. But that's very problematic to me. That's another issue, and there are more, and I will probably stop there, but we could go on and on and on, and it goes on every time I speak about the office and how they treat the public and how they treat their fellow employees. And, I guess it's an overused thing, but there is a toxic environment in that building. I've had people say to me, I went in there, and these are people that don't work for the town or anything, and you can feel the tension in the building, the belittling of other town employees, and, the condescension, just to repeat it every time this has come up. This is a problem, and I am very troubled by that. And I am also troubled that there is a defamation of character, which I am not going to stand for. I just will not stand for that. I have never had that accusation. I've never had a meeting like this. And if I'm sitting there in the office, I can sit there. There was another issue where I was told that I just sign off on the warrants, the payroll, the bills, and I just let it slide. There were a couple where they had to go over to the treasurer's office. I signed, but I was told I didn't read them. A predecessor of mine would go over and add them up. Unfortunately, you two don't know what I do. And what I do quite often is I do look in there, I randomly pull a couple of invoices out, and I will go and, speak with the department head and, let them know, not in a, bad way or anything, but, I just say, are we going to get more of these, or what's the status? And you don't know that. And it is done, and I consider myself a good board member. You accuse me of just riding around town, and that is the furthest from the truth. I'm a pretty busy guy on this job. I want things to go smoothly. I am worked on things during the day. I'll go down to different departments and see what's going on. Here's some of the things. I haven't been through equipment or anything like that. We have a new fire chief. I think I've been down a couple of times just to ask how things are going, any needs. I've been in a few times, as you probably know, into offices in this building, asking them if they need more finances or whatever. And I said, as we go along, we can work on those. So, for you to say I'm not prepared, not dealing with that stuff, this came up. And, I think at the time I had my story out there. I've been pretty protective of the board, of you two. And, it doesn't faze anyone when somebody speaks ill to you to ask me to speak with those people. And you've done that. And I'm on the floor. And so, and this is the thanks I get. And one night they were upset with me about what I said about the office and things. And I backed off at the meeting. But by the way, I'm an elected official. And if I want to be concerned with various departments, and that includes this office, I can do that as an independent elected official. That is my right. And, these are the type of things that this also went on. And this has gone on before, this belittling, berating, and so on. So I am extremely upset that this is calling into question. You have no idea how upset I am. And I very rarely get upset, but every time I bring up the condition of the office and the treatment of the citizens, this is what happens. And they fly off the handle, Some of the bills were put in another room for me to sign, and it's like, what is going on here? That was on another day. I have to say it, and, when I go around town, since I've been in office, we're talking hundreds of comments. Hundreds. And, I'm not exaggerating. And if I talk 200, I'm probably low. I'm on the lower side of that. And I just think we've got serious problems here. They need to be resolved. And, if some of you are thinking about what I've done with positions or my views on positions, I haven't said anything about that. I don't run for office to remove people. I've never done that, and I haven't said anything. So if that's the concern here, I haven't said that. So I want you to know that these things, and by the way, I am speaking with an attorney tomorrow morning. What comes out of it, I don't know, but, I consider the main thing is the accusation character and, the assault on my integrity. And there's certain lines I will not allow to be crossed. That's one of them. And the way it's been handled, that is no way to treat anybody. And, I think Heather hinted at something legal, and really, I haven't done anything. And I just am very, very tired of this. And, believe me, I don't go out soliciting complaints. I would have to be crazy to do that. And I am really upset that there would be an affront to my integrity, my character, and that sort of thing. And it has never happened to me before. But I have never felt so much that I'm on the defensive all the time. There was another issue that came up, and I had to ask them, I'm not exactly sure what's being done here. I can't figure it out. This is one of the quietest times of the year. I said, what do you do all day? And, I don't know. I'm sure you do work, but I watched the political sign issue take up probably 2 afternoons and sending people out. I was there when that issue came up, and, to me, it wasn't a very big issue. So that is another issue. What also came up in this thing is I mentioned that we needed a hard copy letter sent to some people, 2 people, and Heather mentioned to me, I'm not doing that, right outright. And this is, bad. And, I can't deal with that. I asked you to do it, and I said, she didn't, I took it home and wrote it on my own, under my own name, made very clear. At that time, I think a few times I was one member of the board, but, that wasn't really proper to say that. And, if she said I'm busy, but we'll get to it, or I said I could work on it with you, that would be fine. But, this is constantly gone on. I feel at times I haven't had all the information given to me in the office, and I think there is a real issue that some of the things I think that need to get done and to help our citizens and lower our taxes and so on, is not taken very seriously. My views have not been taken seriously, and I think that's important. I have a very ambitious schedule, and I have things that I think should get done. So if you're on the clock, this also came up in this meeting. And for this to happen, it just blows me away. And, I just can't comprehend what's going on. And I have to say, there's a lot of employees right in the Henry Woods building that have told me this. And, some haven't, some have, but most of them have. And that bothers me as much. And, there's other employees in other buildings. It's almost, particularly it's almost condescending to some employees. It's like you're smarter than they are hourly employees and so on. A couple of times I said this is separate from that. I pointed out on some issues, you know, and I got the response, well, I'm the personnel administrator. Looks like I'm wrong, you know, and she's right. And she is the personnel administrator, but I wasn't sure about it.
Can I ask for a point of order?
Go ahead.
He's not speaking about the complaint that's.
I had spoken about this.
Excuse me.
My
Excuse me.
position here is he's
I'm not
speaking
gonna-
to what motivated
Okay.
him to respond in the manner you described in the letter.
Okay, he's speaking
So he's
about-
speaking to the complaint.
Okay.
This is
I
why
am
he acted
speak-
the way he did.
I am
I'm
speaking
just-
to the complaint.
I understand what you're saying, but
I am speaking to the complaint because this is what happened when you were complaining. This
I'm
did
not the
happen.
personnel administrator, that would be Heather. A lot of the things that you just discussed are issues that you've discussed with Heather Lemieux. I think you're confused.
I've discussed them with you. I wasn't, Heather that told me I wasn't prepared for meetings.
this is not going to be a back and forth.
I know that.
So I
I
need
think-
you to just
Okay,
wait
so
and take your
he's
notes.
speaking through you then? Is that how this will work?
Actually, he's going to speak until I say we got to wrap it up, and then I'm going to come back to you. But before I come back to you, I'm going to speak what I believe is being said on both sides and try to see, before we move on to the next step, I'm going to express my opinion about the issues that I believe have brought us here, and then I will let both of you speak again, briefly after that, in response to each other's position. But right now, I've got to give him the time to speak up about where he's coming from and why he's coming from, and I'm hoping you're listening to what he's saying. You're not just saying he's wrong. You listen. And then I'm going to ask him to do the same thing when I bring it back to you. The goal here is not to just voice your grievances, it's to resolve a problem. So please, speak your grievance,
Yep.
then put it on the table. When we walk away tonight, my goal is, it's gone.
Yep.
We both know where we stood and we knew what got us angry or what got us emotional, and we can work towards a goal not to repeat the problem. That doesn't mean that's all that's gonna come out of the meeting. I'm just saying that's a goal. We have a lot of this going on in the town, and in my opinion, I want to see if we can get past that. But right now, we need to be able to listen to what's bothering the other side. If we won't listen to what's bothering the other side, we're never going to break that problem. And I don't care who's in position anywhere. Removing a person's not going to fix it, because you still stopped looking at the problem. The problem is not knowing what everybody else is doing or why they're doing it. And you won't know that unless you don't listen. So I am not upset with any individual here. I'm just trying to get us to an end. So I know I raised my voice, but I just need Charlie, if you could, you brought a lot of examples, but if you could just wrap up the gist of your thing,
Yeah,
and then we'll move on.
okay. Yes, I will. But I think they need to realize when they bring these issues up, there are two sides. Now, I have concerns. I think it's perfectly appropriate for me to bring them up. And, you know, I had the feeling, and I've had the feeling before, before that the office at times, I feel very uncomfortable in there. I made those stories up, and they were fictitious. I wanted the response, and I do feel at times like this office is trying to subvert my position. I have to say it, and I'm sure you're going to deny that one, but I do feel it. And, you know, if it's position issues, I haven't said a word about that issue to anybody. I don't know if that's the thing. I don't know if that's your worry. I haven't said anything about it. So if that's a concern. I don't think you should be, if that's it, that's what I've done. And I really resent the other thing was working hard and the comment driving around town. I've been up to make an appointment at the superintendent's office. A lot of different things. And I do get calls. I try to work on them and work to resolve them. Right now I'm a little bit behind, but I try to call people back and resolve these things. And I don't do it through the office because I don't feel I have to. And, that's my view as an elected official. And, if something's wrong, here or there, I try to take care of it. And, I get really upset about this, mentioning things about the correspondence. That's our decision, and, over and over, I heard about transparency in government. This is transparency. So with that said, that's about it.
Okay.
Excuse me, Matt. I'm just speaking as a citizen. Number
Yeah.
one, I'm asking, this is the first time you've sat at this table,
Yes, it is.
so what makes you the arbiter? That's number one. Number-
The only selectman not involved in the issue.
This-
There's your
what
answer.
make- I'm just asking. Second of all, as a citizen here for 40 years, the selectmen have been the CEOs. The CEO has the responsibility to have people working for him or her. As far as I can see, the administrative assistant, a town administrator, works for the CEO. Works for the CEO. They work for the company.
Sam,
So for,
Sam.
for
Sam.
for these people,
You can't talk.
Sam.
You don't wanna talk.
I'm trying to resolve an issue, not exasperate it.
well,
I'm not trying to listen to everybody's opinion about each person's role.
That's right.
I'm not saying that you don't have a good position, but what I would like to do first is, as I said, I'm going to take what he said, and I'm going to present what I heard and summarize what I heard and believe he was saying. He will have a moment when I'm done, as she will, to speak to that. I'm also going to include in that moment discussing what I think she was trying to say in that letter, based on her experiences in the office. And then they're each going to have a moment to hear what a third party is hearing from each other and see if there's some way they can come together and fix that. But that's what I'm trying to present here on the table. So he's had his chance, she wrote a letter, she spoke her moment, I gave her the opportunity to expand on it. She didn't really need to, I'm not saying she had to. Initially, I asked, do you have more to add besides the letter?
Not at that moment, I said.
Right, and I said you will have a chance to come, and you will. So this is what I hear. The initial report came from an employee of the town who felt like they were being harassed, oppressed, forced into responding and addressing issues that they didn't have information on. Felt like it was a repetitive issue of harassment, which forced her to feel like she had to bring it to the next level. She felt like it was like working for a boss that just beat you up verbally every day. Verbal harassment at a minimum is how she, I believe, is presenting the letter. She was using the specific August 4th incident and referenced 2 other days as examples, but she was trying to present a pattern of behavior that she thought was no longer acceptable. She included at a few times other members of the town administration. Specifically, she mentioned Heather, and she brought up that other people in the town offices here at Henry Woods were aware of something going on at a minimum. They experienced or witnessed various occasions where there was issues with how things were communicated at a minimum. Okay, let's just put it that way. At a minimum, she felt like the communication was abusive. She doesn't believe she should accept that manner of communication. It's disrespectful. I believe Charlie's position is he has come into this town as a selectman. He started coming into a select board that had, we all know, was in transition. Through the various times we have, since he came in, we now have a new board. He was the first of a new regime, let's put it that way. He came in, whether it was via rumor or actual knowledge or reports from others, that the old board and possibly the old administration were tight, had certain feelings, were trying to address certain agendas. He felt like he was coming into enemy territory. And let's just, this is a feeling, we don't need to say is he right or wrong. It doesn't matter at this point. What was Charlie feeling coming in? What did Faye feel when Charlie spoke to her in certain experiences and times? What it comes down to is you both came in assuming the other person didn't like you and didn't want to work with you. And the minute you made that assumption, you started building walls. You were trying to defend yourself going into the conversation. When Charlie would ask you questions, you felt attacked, possibly by the tone of his voice, possibly by the actual questions presented, possibly because you believe he was saying things that weren't true, and you felt you had to defend that. I am not denying your right to feel that way. I'm not necessarily denying your right to speak up for yourself, which may, in the means and manners in which you did it, exacerbated Charlie's feeling that you didn't want to work with him, and you were fighting him. And what it really comes down to is we start off on the wrong foot right from the beginning. There wasn't a, hello, come on in, thanks for being a part of the board. There wasn't the other side of it of, well, thanks for inviting me. What are we doing here? How can we work forward? And an openness of here's the process we've been doing. And if Charlie said, I think we should change the process, he didn't feel like it was open. Now, what I'm trying to present here is a third person's view of just what was stated and how I believe each individual was receiving the other person's communication in whatever manner it was. But what happens is when you start on the wrong foot, you both start just battling, and all of a sudden we got like Israel and Palestine here, when it really could have just been a little yelling argument, whatever, let it go. I'm not saying people should ever be yelled at. I'm not saying it's professional to ever raise your voice in a professional, as a representative of the town, no matter what position. You need to be able to control yourself and be professional. But you can also get emotional, you can make mistakes. We've got to be able to work with people, recognize he's just getting emotional. He's coming from this position. What can I do to calm him down? Not, why do I need to defend myself? Because the more you defend yourself, the more someone wants to dig and get behind that wall to figure out what you're hiding. It's a human nature thing. I'm not saying right or wrong again. But if you recognize human nature, that's what's going to happen. You start building the wall, someone's going to start throwing bigger rocks. That's how I think we got to where we're at. I think in order to get past it, we've got to start just being open with each other and recognizing, like we've talked about previous selectmen, they're trying to do what they think is right and best for the town. But we also need to, like it or not, recognize the select board identifies the policies and procedures and the town administration enacts them. And there are times where a new select board may ask to go in a different direction, and administration is going to take a little time to recognize that. And we need to work on how we communicate that. And I think this process is what brought us here today, is it was rough. Not insurmountable, not incurable. It's something we can, if we just open up and say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do, and accept at times we're going to agree to disagree, we might be able to go somewhere and continue a more professional relationship. But that's just where I'm standing. So what I would like to do, as I said I would, is go to you based on what Charlie said and based on what I said and speak to it.
Okay, first, I'm requesting a copy of this tape.
That's fine.
First. I'll respond to a couple things that Charlie had to say on this particular date. Actually, let me go back a little bit. So when Charlie first got on the board, our first meeting was a day that Heather had set up with him to go over lots of documents, as you did. First meeting was Charlie coming into our office. I happened to be out of the office. I walked into him standing in the doorway, arms folded, upset that he had to make a meeting to come in to go over documents. Not a hello, not how was your day, nothing. I greeted him, hi Charlie, how's it going? And he said, I'm upset, I had to make a meeting. So just going back to the first meeting, that's it. Moving a little forward.
That was your first meeting with Charlie?
First, since he became a board of selectmen.
Okay, second. All right.
Okay, second.
What was the first?
Excuse me, I have the floor?
You are correct.
Okay. In the beginning of the Board of Selectmen's meetings with Charlie, a code of conduct was brought up. to keep everybody under the same rules policy. Charlie was very reluctant to agree to that. And it took us, I believe, 4 meetings. And Charlie never voted on it.
Yes, I did.
Excuse me, I have the floor. Just
Okay.
like you did.
What?
Just like you did.
Okay, I'm giving it
So
to
in the
you.
fourth discussion on the code of conduct, the other 2 selectmen voted to approve it. He was not part of the motion. And I believe at this point, he blatantly disregards the code of conduct policy very frequently. I think his manner coming into my office is disrespectful to me, to other coworkers that I work with. Charlie could sit in the office for maybe an hour, 2 hours talking about non-business stuff. And it's okay to conversate, every now and then, but then to turn the fold around and say, this isn't getting done, this isn't getting done, what do? You don't do anything. First, I would like Charlie to review my job description. I would like you to review it and actually see that I do way more than my job description states. Okay? First. And you're saying you receive 8 to 10 comments about me per day?
The office.
Okay. Well, this is about me and you.
Okay.
So, 8 to 10 per day. I've been in this position, not this one, here with the town for over 9 years. I've never received a complaint. I've never had any sort of discipline, nothing. So today, I'm asking any future complaints will be brought to the board first. And as far as the political signs, that was not a discussion with me, that was with Heather Lemieux. As far as the being the personnel administrator, again, not a conversation you had with me, it was with Heather. The bills being put in the other room, that was done because the warrant was needed, because they needed to process the checks. So the girls that processed the checks asked if it was ready. I said I thought it was. I brought it over. I realized you hadn't signed, and I said I'll just leave it over here. When Charlie gets here, I'll send him over. As far as you saying you sign off on the warrants and look through them and do this, I've seen you now since you've become a selectman. You open the folder, pull it out, sign it, put it back. You say you're done with it. That's what I see. Do you do more? Maybe. Again, that wasn't my comment the other day when we were discussing.
Yes.
That was a comment from Heather.
Well, whoever.
You're saying that 3 nights a week I'm mandated to attend meetings because they're stipend. I do not receive a stipend.
Okay.
And if you looked at the payroll warrant, you would see that. Monday through Thursday schedule, you want to open up Fridays? You can open up the building on Fridays. My schedule is Monday through Thursday, and I did tell you this is the days that I work. Fridays, I actually work another job. So I'm not available to work on Fridays. And I told you that. I said, you can go right ahead and open the building. That does not mean that I have to work Friday. Those were my exact words. And a lot of the tension in the building isn't derived from me. Okay? It's derived from a lot that's going on out in the public. Everything that's been going on in this town. I have sat through meetings that I probably wish I never have to sit through again. They weren't fun, they weren't comfortable, but I did it. And we're still here, dealing with this. So the tension in town isn't derived from our office. And you're telling us also at that meeting, you're saying that Heather and I are driving this new campaign. I don't have any idea what you mean by that. But I have come to realize, Charlie, that you revolve around, like, political gain is how you revolve around. And I find it very appalling that you just sat here tonight and admitted you fictitiously made up things to talk to me about to see where I stood. But I proved myself because I told you I had no comment, nor was I choosing any side on the topics you brought up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to add one more thing. I
Okay.
do truly think that this is a form of harassment. You're targeting me, and I'll go back to why. In your campaign letter that you wrote to the Barry Gazette, you mentioned that the phone conversations are rude and it needs to be fixed, especially in the Board of Selectmen's office. That was, I can pull it up if you'd like
Go
to
ahead.
and read it to you.
Okay.
Okay. We also need to revert back to the practice of having openness for citizens to access their local government and receive polite, non-contentious answer from the from the office of the board. As an added note, this should include telephone calls. That was a direct comment about me. You have brought this comment up more than once. We've discussed it. We decided, you and I both, to put the past in the past. It was brought up again and again and again, and we're here today on the 5th time. That, my friend, is harassment. And I want you to know, I too have contacted a lawyer.
Okay, are you done?
I am.
Okay. And I'm not trying to press you, I just,
Nope.
you have more to say?
Not much. I just, always tried, and, I really feel that, and, feeling like I had to make an appointment. All they would have had to say is, come in around 2 o'clock. That would have been fine, or 1 o'clock.
This wasn't with me.
What?
This was not with me.
I know.
Okay.
I understand that. And yes, I was upset because of, the operation of the office vis-a-vis the handling of our citizens. That has been going on. I'm getting that, and I think I should bring it up. And I don't want anybody dismissed or anything, but that has been going on. And, I just want it to change. And that's all. And, I was told, second visit in, I'm a one-issue candidate and stuff. You've said that, and I'm hardly a one-issue person, and I think you would know that by now. And, even if I was, I got elected, and that sort of thing. Somebody went and looked up, I hadn't been to town meeting in 10 years or something, which is true. I had to go to work. I either worked 3 to 11 or I didn't work. But I can assure you of this one, I have never missed a ballot vote since I was 18 years old. And I can assure you on that. Anybody that knows me, I take the principles of democracy in our government extremely serious. Extremely serious. So that illusion, that's troubling to me, because I take these things very seriously. I believe it's a responsibility. No, I didn't go to the town meetings. I had to work. And I think I addressed that a little bit without saying very much. And I did back off on some conversations. And I don't think most people in our position probably wouldn't have done that. I really wanted to put things behind us. If I'm a creature of politics, you have to remember that these are political boards. You have to work with them. And if you do it right, then I suppose that's politics, but you can get a lot more done by working behind the scenes and stuff. I've always done this, and maybe it's politics, but I want things to go through, and that's the way it is. By going up to see the superintendent, I'd much rather talk to her or Cheryl one-on-one. And I think when I asked you, you said they came into a board meeting. It is very difficult to deal with that for somebody like that in a board meeting, but it's very appropriate for one of the members to go up and speak with them and to learn the problems, and to learn the problems of the town. And I'm sorry, but I have done that rather than just ride around, as I was told. I've done a lot of things, and I know that these last month have been, for everybody, has been very trying. I understand that. But, but the comment that I wasn't doing that much, I've been working very hard on this job. In fact, perhaps some things a little tired, and, I'm sure, and I think that's understandable. And, there is some stress that goes with it. But, I think I should have that respect. And, and being told I'm a one-issue person, I'm hardly a one-issue person. And anybody that has ever known me knows that. I work on a lot of things. I believe we've got to take care of that's an issue on finance. I believe we've got to do a lot of things. And sometimes I get the feeling that the office, doesn't want to work with me on that because they don't feel it's important. It's very important, some of these things. And, maybe that's political, but I do like to work behind the scenes so that we don't have a fight with the school department on the town meeting floor, and that sort of thing, so that we can have it resolved, so it comes up, it's voted, and everybody's getting along. So if that's what you're saying, then that's what I do. And I suppose you might say it's political, and I suppose it is, but that's the way we do things. And I work very, very hard on this job. And, I have a lot of interest in a lot of issues. I feel I'm very well informed on the issues. I've done a lot of things, but I've never had an accusation like this. I've worked professionally in the field. I've volunteered and everything else. And to get this, pretty appalling to me. It's a slap at my integrity, and for that, I will fight to the bitter end. And, I was really upset, and I felt the way we had to do it was in an open session, my choice, and I said, I think I gotta get this story out, and believe me, I didn't really want to do that sort of thing, and I haven't really complained that bad around the town. I think I can say certain things, and I can say like that in the paper, and compared to some of the stuff that's been said by others, that really isn't too bad. And, I felt that, compared to other criticism, a statement like that, pretty minor. And, you may not like it, but I can understand that. But that wasn't that bad a statement, and it's true. So,
All right, I have a couple questions, follow-up.
All right.
Okay, so it sounds to me that if I play along politically, I guess we'll have a good working relationship. That's what I just get out of what you just said?
oh,
I don't live here in town, so politics to me, they don't matter, because I don't live here. I don't have to be on a political side. I'm here to do a job,
okay.
not pick politics. So I guess I have a question for you. I'd like to know if you think that your actions are acceptable.
Tonight?
Nope.
I do, because that's the way I've been treated.
I don't need an answer, I just
That's the
wanted you
way
to
I've
say
been
yes.
treated too.
Okay.
And I would try to tone things down, but I also expect to be treated in a certain way. I think in most of the public setting and meetings, I really haven't been very critical at that level. I haven't said very much at all at these meetings, and I think you know that. As to the code of conduct, I have always felt that type of thing is really not necessary, because everyone I have served with on the board has done good things. And I have to say, coming on the board that way, if you were in my shoes, which this is the way I took it, I felt it was directed at me. And I had some concerns. I felt it was putting, there was a power exchange here for whatever reason. And I felt the board should keep certain rights. And that was it. And maybe I voted no because I didn't think it was really necessary. And it's that simple. I've served on a lot of things. I've never really, and I spoke to this earlier, I've never really seen people not to try to do what is best. I've seen people work very hard, and that's fine. And that's why I voted against it. I really didn't think it was necessary. And, I felt that that's all. And I think as a board member, that is my right to vote no on it. And whether I held it up 5 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever, it wasn't an emergency. And, it didn't have to be done that day. And I think, I can't recall the meeting, but it was first or second meeting or whatever. It was pretty early on. And, when I saw it, I really didn't approve it. And I think it needed some reworking. That is it. And, and I think I said it. You know, everyone I've ever served with tried to do a good job. They're ethical people. And I haven't seen that. And, you know, I just haven't seen it. And, you know, maybe I'm in political or something, but I believe that there is a political component to some things. And it's like working things out so that we have smooth town meetings. We don't have floor fights against this one and that one. Is that political? Probably. But it's also in the interest of the town of Barry. And I feel, you know, if it's political, you think it's fine, I suppose it is. But my goal was work things out so that things went very, very smoothly. And, you know, so that we don't have a floor fight. And certain issues, you both know we would probably lose if you didn't have these things done. And that's important. And, you know, if you have something resolved, then you're not going to be put in that position. And that is very upsetting to me that you, I suppose it's political.
Did you have any more questions?
I'm done.
All right. Here's my position on the whole thing. Comes down to just respecting each other for the work that they're doing, all parties. I would like to extend that out to the entire Henry Woods office right now. I'm not saying that they are or are not. I'm not picking individuals. Just calling out the general atmosphere right now seems to be more about how someone else is doing something wrong. And I'd like to see a little bit more about what someone else is doing right. I'd like to see a little bit more lifting up, teamwork, a little less defensiveness, more openness. I'm not going to come out of this with a judgment. I mean, that's not the... Say what you want. If I came out of this with a judgment, it's not going to go anywhere. I'm one guy that's technically on a board with the guy that's being questioned, so I don't really have that, we're going to put this type of disciplinary act into... But what I'm going to say is if we can't start being professional, it's going to go well beyond town. This isn't an issue that stops here if we can't fix it. And I hope we all understand that. And we don't want one more thing going outside the town, despite the fact, and I love the press, it's already going to go outside town. But at least keep it in the press and out of the legal side of outside the town. If this is an issue where someone truly feels harassed, the person that is being blamed for the harassment needs to go the extra mile to back off, calm down, and recognize this person isn't hearing your message well. Is there another way you can present it? That's all I'm asking. Can you look at trying to control your message when you're working with Faye? And I'm asking you, Faye, to recognize that he might get excited about some topics. But if you just let that ride for, I'll guarantee you, like a minute, it'll calm. And I'm just basing on personalities, okay? This doesn't mean accept abuse. I'm not asking you to do that ever, okay? That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is how do we move forward is we recognize we're all human, but you've definitely got to respect the people that work for the board. You've got to respect the board. You've got to respect assuming the case. Right now, everything I just heard today is rumor, because it's just you said, you said. I don't have any documents here of actual complaints against phone calls and that, but I have heard. So I'm not going to throw out someone else's opinion because they don't want to document that opinion. So if someone comes to you outside of a public meeting and says, hey, the town is thinking this is how you're coming off, it may be worth recognizing it as a constructive criticism and recognizing, and it has nothing to do with that town person that called you could have been swearing at you for 20 minutes. And you've got to say thank you because you represent the town. Just like any one of you can be swearing at me for 20 minutes, whether I like it or not, I got to say thank you I'm glad you expressed yourself. I hope you can have a good day. And then in my private world, I deal with that. It's not acceptable. You have a right, if someone does that, you say thank you. And then you make notes, and you mention that this person called and they created this complaint, and you file it with the board. So if you continue to get that same response from the town, then the board can go to that town member and say, we have received these complaints from such and such. It's not easy. This is a tough balance, but we've got to recognize no matter what position in town you represent the entire town. You represent your entire office. So if one person has a bad phone call with you, they may also say Heather's bad. They may say Charlie's bad. They may say the whole office doesn't care about their neighborhood. It doesn't matter. It's just they're going to receive it and go off with it. And the same thing with you, Charlie. If you are talking to anybody that works for the town, or obviously any town person, and you go off a little emotional, we end up at this table with a letter and we're talking about it. I don't think anybody was intending to hurt someone here. It's just the emotions got the best of them and they failed to bring it down and try to address the issue that they really wanted to address. And what I'm asking is, moving forward, there's multiple things you can do. The first thing is, if you think this person is, again, coming down on you, and you just can't handle the message anymore because it seems like it's too abusive, you've got to be able to say, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can handle it. I just can't take the way it's being presented. I'm not saying you're wrong. I need a moment. And whoever is talking to that person needs to say, okay, maybe we can try again. I'll come back to you. And that does take two. Okay, it's never going to be one side. It takes two to say, now must not be a good time. Let's come back to this. I can only speak right now to what was in the letter and your current relationship with Charlie, because it was about Charlie's abuse and your feeling of abuse from Charlie. I am not going to sit here and say, you set yourself up to be a victim. I don't believe in that. Nor am I going to sit here and say, you had no reason to feel on an island. Because it depends on how you were feeling and how it was presented and who you kept talking to and if you felt you were getting any feedback that helped. Because I was not in every little aspect of the communications you had or you had getting to this point, all I can say is, please, with the next time you guys work together, let this go. And just say, how do we just get the business done for the town? Because I think that's what's going to help the town. I really do. It's not easy. What's going to be is you're doing it despite your internal anger. But hopefully, the results continue to show progress and respect, and you start to realize he's actually trying to do what he thinks is right. You're trying to do what you're right, and you can agree to disagree at times, but it never has to get to that anger level or defense or attack. So that's what I'm putting on the table right now, and I'm just asking, can we try to do that? You guys obviously have already agreed to start moving with your own attorneys for other reasons. That's going to be your own path. But while you do that, I'll guarantee you both your attorneys are going to say to do just what I said. Otherwise, you're going to lose your battle in court.
Yep.
What I'm hoping is you can avoid the battle in court because you figured out how to work together. I am not blaming either of you for why you got where you got. I'm just asking you to recognize the potential of how you got here and how you might be able to get out of here. That's all. It's a path that I'm just recommending. Walk your own walk. But that's all I can say right now.
Yep.
I have nothing further. I don't know if we can ask for public comment, but I ask that any comment be made is not pointing out where someone did something wrong. We'll start with you.
I'm Brenda Rich, nice to meet you. I just wanted to say, I've been a resident of South Barry all my life. I've lived here uptown for 30 years. I've never known the Chasers to be anything but honest and hardworking people in the best interest of the town of Barry. I'm not saying that you're wrong in any way, Fay, I don't know you well, but I would have to say their integrity speaks for itself. They are wonderful, wonderful people, wonderful family. No self-serving interests at all. They're here for the town, and I appreciate that. On many levels.
Does anybody else have something they'd like to speak up on? Okay, Sam?
I know everybody wants to go home, but I've seen...
Yes, that we can agree on.
I've seen what's been happening, and I mentioned it to a lot of people, and it's really no one's fault. It's that Fay and Heather were working with 3 people who are different and who handle business differently, and Charlie and Matt, and this third person who we don't know who is here yet.
I'm gonna call him Bob.
Bob. Okay?
That's showing it.
We have no idea. We have no idea what kind of direction or lack of direction Fay and Heather had previously. Previously, maybe they made all the decisions. And maybe the selectmen just led, but didn't make decisions. Maybe this board wants to make the decisions. So unfortunately, this board that the people have elected is the boss. So if your previous directors didn't make decisions and let you folks make the decisions, then you're gonna have to regroup and say, well, we have a new CEO in town, and we have to respond to Charlie, Matt, and Bob's direction until we have a new group of CEOs, until you folks become the CEOs. And that's what it is. It's like the Barry Company. If there's a board of directors,
Okay.
the employees have to listen to the board of directors. That's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
That's the first time I've ever heard him yell. I've never heard him yell like that. He's so
He
kind-hearted.
is, I agree.
Well, we're all human, so it can happen, so it can happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Heather?
I just wanted to add, part of the reason that we're here tonight is because this has become a habitual, routine occurrence. And both Faye and I have tried to address it in different ways. We've had very frank and open conversations with Charlie. I think he can attest to that, where we've tried to broach our disagreements or whatever it may be. But this has been a regular practice. So we just ask that, we just want to come into a good working environment. That's all that and do our job the best that we can do. And I can attest to Faye's character because I've known her for almost 10 years, and she's a very good person, and she goes above and beyond what you ask of her to do, her job responsibilities. She's a good-hearted person, and she does her job well.
Okay. And that's something I want people to understand. That was the point of this, is most of the time, especially when you get into a position where there's divisiveness in departments or towns or whatever, disagreements, it's easy to lose the fact that there's a human sitting there. It's not just a person. And there are other people that have been working with them. You have your own experiences, but you've got to recognize we're all personalities. And just stay professional. Just stay professional even if you disagree. We can actually work with people we don't like. It's just not easy. But usually what it means is you stick to business. You recognize that when sticking to business, sometimes that's all it is. It's not happy-go-lucky smiles. It's not have a good day, goodbye. It's not getting upset because someone offered you a water and for some reason you didn't want it, or you offer a cookie to someone. Sometimes at work, you're just glad to have a job, you do it, you go home. And as long as you can maintain a respect and you hopefully recognize that someone's trying to do what they think is right, we got to work towards that end. That's what we got to start with. If everybody's trying to do that, it reveals itself. Character will always reveal itself. But you got to take the high road.
Can I just say one more thing? I've never known him to get that upset about any issue, but I do know that he was very, he felt really bad because he says it's just going on, I don't know what's going on, you know? And like I said, I've never heard him yell, ever. Tonight was the first time. And I've seen, he's been my friend for a long time, you know? And I wish that people would realize that he was dropped like a noodle because he got elected and the other board member that was still here dropped him out and didn't quit until after the day after the town meeting that he handled.
I recognize that. I really don't want to dig into that history because it's going to defeat any effort we
Right.
tried tonight. What I'm trying to bring up right now, and I'm not
No,
disregarding your,
anything bad.
I'm
about
just
them
saying,
either.
we recognize that that's how we got
It was
here.
a bad stuff.
But that's not how we get out of here. And so we just need to really respect each other for trying to do their job,
Right.
to do it right. And I think we can do that, but it really is gonna take an effort by the parties specifically involved with this case to do that. Both sides are gonna have to maintain a level of respect. And if you do that, nobody's gonna have to come back to this table or end up in any type of civil litigation issues. But if you don't do that, that's all I can say. And don't get me, this is a record. It was brought up, we discussed it. It's not like nobody knew this happened and we're throwing it under the rug. That's not what this intent was. This was kind of like a bury your grievances and see if we can find a way to resolve it. Okay? For it to get to a point where an employee felt like they had to write a letter to the board to have it addressed meant it went too far. Okay? It doesn't matter how it got there at this point, because I don't think when we review that, it helps. Because way too much that you can't support with true facts. Too much rumor, too much hearsay that gets caught up into that discussion. End it, please. Just smile once or twice if you feel like it. And I am not trying to belittle your frustration. I can tell you're hurt. I just see if we can work through this. Give it some time. But you got to do your own path. I got nothing more to say. If we're done, I would like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I just want to say one thing. I hope you two realize when I'm out around town, there are disagreements and stuff. I'm very careful. If they're crossing the line, I tell them. And, you know, I'm just dropping papers off at the lawyer's office. But I tell them, you can't go there, and I wouldn't allow it. And if it happened at this meeting, I wouldn't allow it to
You don't
happen.
have policy for this type of complaint.
And I think
It's not like I can just write it up and say, do this.
No, I'm very protective of.
Is there a motion to?
You know, I haven't said anything, you know, maybe you have some
I made the motion, but it didn't move forward yet.
To run the
You know,
asylum.
Charlie had something he wanted to say, so it's
Maybe I can, I haven't said anything about that.
People should
Yeah.
I'm
leave.
really tired, Charlie.
What?
I'm really tired.
Well, they have the right. They're public. They can come and go as they choose.
But I mean, you know, I'm just careful here. I'll shake your hand.
Oh, we're all get arrested now?
Okay, thank you.
You're all-
For the handshake. Thank you, Mary.
And I mean it. Respect from all sides. Recognize everybody's recognizing whether respect is being provided.
I sweat a lot anyway. I'm on some medication.
I think I'm dehydrated because I sweat and I didn't drink anything.
Did we make a motion to close the meeting yet?
Yeah, I guess I approved.
Okay.
Usually that one just gets up and leaves.
Do you mind taking this? This was the folder for the executive session that Faye had, but
Yeah,
obviously this evening.
that off with her.